That should be throwing me off. Like, yo, and we are live, man. Yo, this is Set with Saint Comedian. We are back with another one, man. Today we got a good little lineup for y'all. But today, let's get into the first, part of the show, man. Let's get to the first little segment. Why the heck is this man Soros getting rewarded by us? This is a bit disturbing. We're about to get into it. Why? Because this is a man that, we can kind of prove that funds both sides of the conflict in America. And for some reason, we're giving him a reward for sowing division.
An old school kingmaker. Let's get right into the show, guys. Like the video. Before we do, man, double tap that screen. Let's do it.
Oh, God, my man rewarding presidential medals of freedom when this man is causing division. But okay.
George Soros is Alex Soros.
Yeah.
Alex Soros, his son.
Yeah, but he's taking it. He's accepting it for George Soros. Like, what? Look, here it is.
Those guys got bigger.
Accepting on behalf of George Soros is Alex Soros.
You're in better places to be. What? None of my life work.
So, yeah, and we're going to go a little bit deep into George Soros because it is crazy that this man is getting a presidential medal of freedom. That is killing me right now because I'm like, wait, him? Of all people? Well, let's get right into it, man. I think we got a good one for y'all with this one. So let's go to it. Let's get right to PBD explaining his past, and then we're going to have some other videos for y'all to go a little bit deeper to explain why we feel this man's a bit demented. Let's go.
So we're going to go down a rabbit hole today. It's going to get a little bit weird, but hang tight because we're going to see what the hell is going on in all these college campuses. What are kids doing camping out in the school?
Video,
is that
guys.
even legal? How come they're not saying anything about it? There was a guy from Germany. You may know him. I forget his name. He kind of wanted to take over the world. He once said, he who owns the youth gains the future. So now, where do the youth go to? They go to this thing called universities, right? Okay, so when you go to these universities probably their number one customer is who? The youth, the students, right? Or maybe not, because if we talk about this one university that's super credible, that everybody's like, oh my God, if you show that degree on the wall that you went to the school, it's like a crazy thing. You went to the school that's in Boston, that's like this Harvard place? Yes, oh my God, you must be somebody. So watch this. What percentage of their money that they get, you think they get from students versus donations? I want you to guess. Do you think they get more money from donations, or do you think they get more money from tuition? What if I told you the percentage of money they get from tuition is 17%, and what if I told you the money they get from donations is 39%? So imagine you're running a business that does $1 million a year. Your number one customer gives you $390,000 of your revenue every year. Your number two customer gives you.
All right, and just to kind of give you guys a better idea of some of the context here with George Soros, we're going to actually transition into this other video. Kind of details kind of what he does behind the scenes a little bit better.
Okay, yeah. So, my bad. We got to, guys, give you the beginning story before we give you the connection of what he does and what he funds. All right, make sure I like the video, man. My bad, guy. We do it live. But go ahead and double tap that screen or the three dots up there in the corner. We appreciate the support.
Let's do it, guys.
I want to read you an article from LA Times. It says October of 2004. The title of the article is George Soros, the God who carries around some dangerous demons. Here's what he says in the interview. He says, I fancied myself as some kind of God. If truth be known, I carried some rather potent messianic fantasies with me from childhood, which I felt I had to control. Otherwise, they might get me in trouble. It is a sort of disease when you consider yourself some kind of God, the creator of everything. Are you ready? Here's how he finishes it. But I feel comfortable about it now since I began to live it out. Today, we're going to learn more about George Soros.
Man, talking pretty boldly.
So if you get value from this video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. Let's get right into it. Why do we need to learn about this man named George Soros, who's 92 years old? Why would you be intimidated by this guy? So what if he's made somewhere between $50 to $70 billion in his career, and currently his net worth is $7 billion? Yeah, he's given $32 billion to different organizations such as Open Society Organization and some others. Yeah, he's supported a lot of different presidents, a lot of different candidates, a lot of different people. Why are people so scared of him? Is this guy a puppet master? Is he evil? Is he a good person? Is he a bad person? Is he a humanitarian? Maybe he's just a father. Maybe he just wants to support some cause. Why are you so worried about him? All of those are great questions. Today, we're going to study his childhood, upbringing as an adult, how he became an investor where he made all the money. Karl Popper, who is this Karl Popper guy, and who he's given money to over the years. Let's get right into it. All right, so he was born August 1930 in Budapest, Hungary, originally named Georgi Schwartz, but his father later changed the family surname to Soros, a more Hungarian-sounding name to protect them from increasing anti-Semitic sentiment in Hungary. His father, Tivadar, was a lawyer and a passionate promoter of Esperanto, an artificial language created in the late 19th century, intended to foster harmony between people from different cultures. His father's decision to teach Esperanto was an early indication of commitment to an open-mindedness and understanding of different cultures that George would carry into his later life. George Soros was 14 during the Nazi occupation of Hungary in 1944. His father secured false identities for the family, identifying themselves as Christians. George Soros was tasked with being a courier who helped Nazis identify Jews and confiscate their property. And in a 1998 60-minute interview, he was asked if this was a traumatizing experience, and this is how he responded.
My understanding is that you went out with this protector of yours who swore that you were his adopted godson.
Yes.
Went out, in fact, and helped in the confiscation of property from the Jews.
Bro, so you telling me this guy, George Soros, as a youth, was a Jew? I mean, everybody knows it if you know anything about his biography.
That's what I'm saying.
But he worked with Nazis to lock up Jews
That's
and
what
seize their assets and properties?
Yeah, I mean, that didn't sound like somebody who needs to get rewarded for freedom.
I mean, this was in his early career. Like, this is the stuff that everybody should know about him if you know his name. Like,
I mean,
this
hey,
doesn't seem like an honorable, trustworthy guy to me.
let's be real. They fault Trump for shit he did in the 70s. So, hey, if you want to fault him for what he did when he was young, or allegedly what he did when he was young, then this man getting a medal from Biden should honestly be outrageous.
A little bit sick, if you ask me.
Man.
But guys, like the video, we're going to get into it tonight, man. Going into a lot of the details, a lot of the context, and a lot of the theories, man. Let's keep it going.
All right.
That's right. Yes.
I mean, that sounds like an experience that would send lots of people to the psychiatric couch for many, many years. Was it difficult?
Not at all. Not at all.
So a lot of people who didn't know who George Soros was, they watched his interview and they said, this guy sounds like a sociopath. How could you say something like that? Some others said, well, maybe he was numb as a 14-year-old. Imagine you're going through it and you see stuff like that. By the way, at the same time when this is taking place, he had another traumatic experience. Two of the liberators that were helping them out, Russian liberators, they raped his mother, and his mother talked about it. So this kid, all this pain, all this anger, all this frustration, all these experiences, all happening at the same time. You have to live a fake life so they don't kill you, act like you're a Christian, help the Nazis, find Jews, your mom's going through this, you're working with Russians, all of that together at a young age. What does that do to you? So now let's look at George Soros as a young adult. After the war, Hungary fell under the communist rule. In 1947, Soros left Hungary for England. He worked as a waiter and a railway porter to support his studies at the London School of Economics. During this time, he meets the man that had the most influence in his life. This is according to his words, Karl Popper. Now, who is Karl Popper? Karl Popper was a philosopher of science and epistemologist, best known for his principle of falsifiability. So what did Karl Popper really believe in? These are some of the philosophies that he had. Number one, falsifiability. He proposed that for a theory to be considered scientific, it must be potentially falsifiable. This means there must be a potential observation or experiment that could prove the theory false. Number two, the principle of falsifiability was designed to solve the demarcation problem, the problem of distinguishing between science and non-science or pseudoscience. Number three, critique of historicism. He argued against the idea that history unfolds according to predictable laws or patterns. He promoted the idea that human actions can significantly influence the course of history. Four, open society is what he believed in, which, by the way, later on, Soros starts a foundation called Open Society Foundation. Here's what Open Society means to Karl Popper. The Open Society and its enemies. Popper defended liberal democracy and criticized totalitarianism. He depicted democratic societies as open, self-correcting systems. And last point, influence and critique. While Popper's philosophy has been influential, it has been subject to debate and critique. Despite this, he remains one of the most widely read philosophers of the 20th century. So those were his philosophies, Karl Popper, but this is how he influenced George Soros. So number one was the philosophy of open society. Keep in mind, this is in the late 40s, early 50s. Instead of promoting totalitarian regimes such as communism and fascism, it was about replacing it with individual freedom, democratic governance, and a flexible, changing social and economic structure. This is what he wanted to do. Number two, followabilism, the belief that all knowledge is tentative, provisional, and subject to revision in light of new evidence. This influenced Soros' investment strategy, and he always talks about the fact that he was ready to adjust his positions if the facts changed. Number three is critical thinking. So Soros adopted this in his investment strategy, where he was often willing to go against conventional wisdom, but also in his philanthropic activities, encouraging open debate and discussion. And last but not least, humanitarian efforts. This has significantly influenced Soros' philanthropic efforts, which has focused on civil society, education, and human rights around the globe.
Hey, shout out from Mark for starting us off, man. He says, hi, everyone. Help support the channel. Drop a super chat. And we appreciate you, Mark, for starting us off.
Hey, yes, man. If y'all are watching the video right now, we do appreciate all support, but support the channel and drop a super chat. Like Mark said, we'll pull your comment up at the top of the screen, give you a shout out for supporting, as well as read and react to what you said, man.
And like I said, we're getting into this guy, George Soros, I believe a Hungarian Jew who is, an investor, a really good one.
An investor, philanthropist.
I mean, probably one of the most, I ain't gonna lie, sinister investors of all time. But let's be real, an investor all the same.
Yeah, well, for real. Let's get into some of the backstories, the context, who he is, what he's invested in, and why he's doing it.
Let's go.
Or at least that's what he claims to focus on. So while he's getting clear on his philosophies, he's picking up from Karl Popper. At the same time, Europe is in shambles. The Marshall Plan is being executed from U.S. by George Marshall, Secretary of State. They're sending $13 to $15 billion to Europe in fuel, food, different ways to help out. He's seeing this, saying there may be a need for a global Marshall Plan. I'd love to be a part of that. That also kind of inspired him a little bit. So we just learned a little bit about his childhood, adulthood, and how his philosophies are getting clear. Now let's look at how he does in finance. So let me put it to you this way. From 1970 till 2000, if you had to throw names out there on who are the best money managers, you would find the name Buffett, you would find the name Soros, and later on you would find the name Dalio. From 1970 to 2000, he starts a fund called Quantum Fund. It's still around, but during that period, average annual rate of return, 30%. And he had some years that was 60+%. Every year. And of course, it helped in many cases when these guys were operating on offshore laws, not having to abide by SEC, US tax code, all the stuff that we had going on here. That is a form of an edge that he had. But at the same time, he was either the best or one of the top three best during his time. So now Soros had two things when it came out to his investment philosophy. One of it was fallibility and the other one was reflexivity. Let's look at both. Number one, the theory of fallibility is a concept stemmed from the philosophical understanding that it's impossible to achieve perfect knowledge. In other words, humans are inherently flawed in their understanding and judgment. The theory is mainly used to explain the limitations of human comprehension and decision-making in complex systems like economics. This fallibility is often magnified by cognitive biases, incomplete information, and the emotions of the individual. And the second theory was the theory of reflexivity. And here's what reflexivity is. It's the idea that people's perception and beliefs influence their decision-making, which in turn impacts the state of the world, changing the fundamentals that they are trying to understand. This then further.
And shout out Mark, another $8 Australian. He said one more for good luck. Appreciate the support, Mark.
Hey, man, shout out. And you know how we doing it. Tomorrow's the call-in show. So, tomorrow there's going to be no $50 super chat requirement. But, until tomorrow, as for tonight, we are now 58 super chats away from our goal. And then we'll open up that call-in line. We appreciate the support.
48.
I said 58, didn't I?
Yeah.
48
super chats, guys. Appreciate the support, though. And shout out Mark.
Further alters their perceptions and beliefs, creating a continuous, reflexive feedback loop. He openly talks about how he used some of these philosophies to actually manipulate the markets in his favor and make billions of dollars. We'll look at a couple of times he did this, but he said this once in his book. This is what makes propaganda so effective, because the complexity of the world we live in exceeds our ability to understand it. Confronted by a reality of extreme complexity, we are obligated to resort to various methods of simplification. Pretty wild, sharp, shrewd, you can call a lot of different names, but here's how we use those philosophies to make billions. Number one, the British pound in 1992. This is the most famous example George Soros used to influence the market by betting against the British pound in 92. He believed that the pound was overvalued and that the British government would have to devalue the currency. He was proven right when the British government was forced to withdraw the pound from the European exchange rate mechanism. Soros bet $10 billion and made a profit of $1 billion from this trade, nicknamed the man who broke the Bank of England. According to the Shadow Party book, Soros
And
World Economic Forum. Oh, shout out Vladstein.
Yep.
$5. He said the World Economic Forum supports the idea that we will own nothing and be happy about it. We can eat bug protein instead of meat.
shout out to the cricket powder.
Yeah, oh God.
I mean, that cricket powder gonna be busting. You know, you feel me?
That's the
It's-
whole Bill Gates initiative,
Mhm.
and you know, yeah, the World Economic Forum,
The
and
Bill Gates, Melinda Gates Foundation that
Mhm.
supports a company that wants to, you know, grind up bugs and feed
I
it to
think
you.
it's, Monsanto, one of the most largest agricultural seed companies in the world, really.
Yeah,
So
he
Crazy
controlled the
stuff.
seeds. Who knows what he's doing?
also admits that this bet was taking money out of the pockets of British taxpayer, but says, if I had taken social consequence into account, it would have thrown off my risk-reward calculation and profits would have been refused. Can you imagine thinking that way? It's pretty wild. I'm going to give you 4 other examples where it'll validate his reflexivity or his fallibility philosophy. The second one would be the German Deutschmark in 1993. He wrote a letter to the Times of London stating that he expected the mark to fall against all major currencies, which immediately triggered panic selling. Again, this is reflexivity. The next one, Asian financial crisis in 1997. During the Asian financial crisis, Soros investment activities were blamed by some for exasperating the crisis. Malaysia's then Prime Minister, Mahathir Mohamad, accused Soros of destabilizing regional economies through currency speculation.
And shout out Green Bean. Soros loves propaganda. Look how he funded protests. Yeah, he funded you know what, like the Israel and the Hamas and Israel protesters. He funds
Antifa, BLM.
He funds both sides.
Mhm.
He funds both sides. He says, you know what? I'm not gonna say nothing about no situation. You know how this man never says anything public, like public wise. You wanna know why? Because you can bring his ass up on, well, then why are you funding both sides then?
And it extends, his love for propaganda extends beyond funding protests. He like reportedly brought up or had bought some dying conservative media companies throughout the country, or some conservative radio companies.
200,
Yeah.
200 conservative radio companies. And I'm just like, bro,
Some in America and South America.
I'm
where
scared
they
because,
kinda
like,
change the influence.
what type of ideology that you think conservatives will eat up? Well,
We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out, unfortunately.
Then he also did something similar in Russia.
Actually, he says, I wonder if the Rothschilds were his mentors.
I mean, bro, the Rothschilds, we can, I mean, no offense. I mean, I'm gonna say it's like that. We could all take a lesson from the Rothschilds.
Man,
We could all take a lesson from them. Man, I mean, shoot, if our family ran just half as well as their family, man, we'd all be up right now.
one thing I will say is it's the 48 laws of power applied correctly
To the max.
to the maximum.
Man.
The Russian ruble, 1998, he told Financial Times of London that Russia should devalue the ruble by 15 to 25%, causing widespread panic selling. And the last example, here's the dollar in 2004. Soros announced a short position against the dollar on CNN at a time when the dollar had been quickly declining against the euro, pushing the dollar down even further. So this was his way of making money. It was one of the ways, finding ways to manipulate the market. Now, a lot of other people have done it, but he mastered it, took it to a whole different level. And then eventually in late 70s, when his net worth was
Hold
25.
on. You remember why I'm upset about this?
Mm-hmm.
This man got an award from the president for freedom. Hold on. Let me see if I can. A Presidential Medal of Freedom. And this man in 2004 basically betted against our dollar.
Mm.
And then what?
This is the man
20 years later,
this
we're
is the
giving
man
this
we
man a
reward.
medal.
We reward on the highest of levels, one of the highest honors given out by the president as he closes out his presidency, George Soros.
And 20 years ago, this man
The
betted
man
against
who
our
is
dollar.
ultimately a traitor.
And here's the thing, this man does that. He low-key bets against other currencies to sink it, and therefore hurting, I mean, hell of people. Like, bro loses thousands of jobs underneath his like investment strategies.
I mean, he has no loyalty to the United States.
No,
His
he has no
loyalty to the dollar, to
only
profit.
like, bro, you can't even say this man
No,
is loyal to like Jews,
honestly,
Hungarians, nothing.
I was about to say, actually, let me correct that. His loyalty isn't even to the dollar; it's to a profit.
Yeah, it's to the ideology.
It's not even to the USD,
He's a true believer.
bro. He is literally to the profit.
I mean, it's almost like, bro, can you imagine George Soros was a Christian?
Mm.
I mean, bro, we all be holding Bibles at this point. If they was this ambitious about it, well, maybe I shouldn't say all that.
Shoot,
2004,
If
Soros
George Soros was a Christian, we'd probably be putting equal amount of money behind Christian propaganda as he would behind Muslim propaganda or Islamic propaganda, knowing how he gets down.
announced a short position against the dollar on CNN at a time when the dollar had been quickly declining against the euro, pushing the dollar down even further. So this was his way of making money. It was one of the ways, finding ways to manipulate the market. Now, a lot of other people have done it, but he mastered it, took it to a whole different level. And then eventually in late 70s, when his net worth was $25 million, he says he felt a certain sense of emptiness. And that's where, you know, the political activist in him came out, the philanthropy came out, and many call him the wealthiest political activist of all time. And these are some of the projects he funded. So remember the word Open Society he picked up earlier from Karl Popper. Later on in April of 1993, he starts the Open Society Foundation. And then in 2017, Open Society Foundation announced that Soros had transferred $18 billion of his fortune to Open Society, making it a total of $32 billion he had given to Open Society Foundation since 1984. In case you missed it, one more time, $32 billion. That's $32 billion of his own money. Not, hey, let's go raise money. His own money he put into it. And whether it's through its Open Society Foundation or other ways of giving money, he contributed and influenced media, politics, colleges, universities. So let me just kind of share with you some of the numbers so you kind of have an idea. And in 2004, Soros spent more than $27 million just to help defeat President Bush. If it's colleges, where Open Society spent $50 million per year to influence colleges. Between 2014 to 2018, Soros donated $184 million to 171 colleges in 51 countries. That's 10% of all foundations during that time. They also created Open Society University Network, but he knew one of the ways to influence was to get colleges and universities. And when you give that kind of money, those universities kind of have to listen to what you have to say. Or media. He's had a lifelong fascination with media. He has connections with more than 30 mainstream news outlets, including New York Times, WAPO, Associated Press, CNN, and ABC. Prominent journalists like ABC's Christiane Amanpour, New York Times executive editor Jill Abramson, and former Post editor and now Vice President Len Downey serve on the boards of operations that take Soros cash. A 2011 estimate indicates that media organizations influenced by Soros have a reach of an estimated 300 million people per month. In end of Q1 of 2021, Soros' largest stock holding was Liberty Broadband, over $600 million. And Liberty Broadband's largest asset is Charter Communications and its subsidiaries, which together are the second largest cable operator in the U.S. Another large holding he has is Viacom CBS. Subsidiaries include Paramount.
No, not Viacom.
Viacom.
Now, one thing I don't like about it, because I'm like, dog, Nickelodeon,
Everybody's favorite network.
MTV,
BET,
Comedy Central, BET is like, dog.
CBS.
I'm like, this is all the stuff we love to watch.
Oh, and shout out Mark, man. Another $15 Australian, bro. He ain't had too much to say. He just wanted to show some support.
Man, appreciate the support, my friend. Appreciate the support.
Paramount Pictures and Simon & Schuster, which means he also influences books. What's being bought?
I mean, I'm gonna be real with you, Viacom. I don't think there's not a show on there where we can say we escaped, especially Comedy Central, because I love South Park back in the day.
Man, oh God.
All right, let's keep it going.
Subsidiaries include Paramount Pictures and Simon & Schuster, which means he also influences books. What's being bought, what's not being bought, what will publish, what we won't publish. That's a lot of power there in media. And recently, he just made an offer to buy Vice for $400 million. Another one is Trump. Obviously, him and Trump are not going out to golfing together, and they're not best friends. He cannot stand Trump. He once said, nationalism is the great threat of the open society. He said this at World Economic Forum. World Economic Forum, Klaus.
So being proud of being from your country, being proud that you were born in your country, and being proud of your country's culture is the greatest threat.
So his idea of the open society, yes.
Okay, well,
he's a true globalist. A true globalist.
Yep, true. True believer in it. He really thinks it's the best for everyone.
Yeah. Because he has all the money, he has all the know-how, the resource. So I know it's best for humanity.
Yep. Just because I got more money than everybody.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He says that there, of course, World Economic Forum is not a fan of Trump. And he called Trump the ultimate narcissist and said there's nothing more important than defeating him in 2020 election. It's kind of weird when you call somebody a narcissist when you think, you think you're God. Isn't the ultimate narcissist somebody that thinks they're God? I don't know if I know anybody in my life I've met that say, hey, I'm God. I feel like I finally am living my life where I'm like God, but I'm not a narcissist. I'm a very humble man. That's what I am. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that I'm also not saying Trump is not a narcissist. At this level playing field, you can't call anybody a narcissist because everybody has a little bit of it to get to this level. So there's a lot of things you can call people. Narcissist is probably not one of them because everybody in the room is one. So obviously, seeing a guy like Trump being president wasn't something that was exciting for him. AP News once said,
I mean, like, you know, there's levels of narcissism, I like to say. There's that high level to where it's like, yo, there's something wrong with you. And then there's a low level to where you're just like, okay, it's just confidence. And, you know, you've actually, you know, you walk it and you talk it.
About mail-in voting, June 18, 2020, a network of deep-pocketed progressive donors are launching a $59 million effort to encourage people of color to vote by mail. Philanthropic organizations, including Ford Foundation and George Soros Open Society, to raise the money. That's in 2000 election. He was a part of it to help with that. He's pretty much been involved in every single election since 2000, doing his best to help Al Gore beat George Bush, which obviously didn't happen. That was a failed one. In 2004, he reportedly spent $27 million trying to defeat George Bush with John Kerry. 2008, he supported Barack Obama. 2012, he continued to support Barack Obama. 2016, he spent $22 million supporting Hillary Clinton and other Democratic candidates. In 2020, he spent $70 million trying to help Biden beat Trump, which he succeeded. And if that's not enough, he's so strategic. He even goes after.
Notice that in all the years he funded the presidential election, all the candidates he supported, Biden was the one that cost him the most when he was running against Trump in 2020. I just found that kind of funny to know. Spent $70 million in 2020 to help Biden beat Trump, but
I mean, hey man, hey, when you're running a campaign from the basement, you gotta show big money here. You gotta really show some theatrics when you're running it from the basement.
Or it just shows how strong of a force that Trump campaign, that Trump train was running in 2020, how much money he had to use to
counteract all that.
Man.
District attorneys. Matter of fact, George Soros funded DAs represent 20% of Americans, okay? He funneled $40 million into local races to elect 75 progressive prosecutors over the last decade. So some of you may be watching and saying, Pat, what's the big deal? This guy became a billionaire. He became rich. He gave $32 billion. Who cares who he wants to give his money to? Let him give his money to whoever he wants to give it to. I don't say anything's wrong with that. If that's what he wants to do, more power to him. That's it.
Make sure y'all like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Let's get more people on the conversation. And we're about to get right into the next video where we kind of bring in the connection of, you know, how his money is funneled.
His cause, he's doing what he's doing. He's got 5 kids, family, all this stuff, and he supports his cause. But here's the problem. The problem is, what do you believe in? So the other day, we're having a conversation. The conversation went this way. A nationalist gets a lot of criticism. You're a nationalist if you love America. Okay, fair. What is the antonym of being a nationalist, a globalist? Well, if I'm a nationalist, you're a globalist. Why do we need borders? Do we just have open society where there's no borders? Because these men who are inspired and so ambitious, they want to control the world. What is your job to do? Lead your family, protect your home, protect your borders, protect your nation. If you're a nationalist, this guy doesn't support your philosophy. If you're a globalist, this guy supports your philosophy. You pick and choose which one you want to be. And by the way, some people are saying, well, wait till he dies. It's going to be all right. It's going to be this. No, all this stuff people fear. Oh, this guy's going to do this. That guy's going to. Everything's going to, like Oprah Winfrey once said, all these Republicans need to die off and then everything's going to be normal. That's not how life works. He's got a 38-year-old son named Alexander who has visited the Biden White House 14 times.
That's who just took the award on his behalf.
Since he's been in office, met with everybody there, whether it's the National Security Advisor or advisors to Biden's then Chief of Staff or National Security Advisor's executive assistant. It doesn't matter.
He does seem to have narcissistic tendencies at this point. He's like, well, come on, man. I run this shit. My son, go out there, get that medal for me, bring it back home. But
do my bidding.
Do my bidding, but I'm gonna call the shots, you know, from the top.
Oh God.
It's like, you know, control what they see, what they read, what they hear.
Bigger and better places to be right now. Just handle my light work, son. Go pick up that award, that thing from the president.
You know, the Soros family motto, man, we control it all.
He is ambitious, and he's his father's son, and he's going to continue the legacy. So this Soros name ain't going away, but it's definitely something and someone you need to know more about. If you got value out of this video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. I got another video I want you to watch. It's titled The Dangers of CBDC.
All right, but let's get over to the connection.
All right, full circle.
Go ahead and check that, and let's get right to it.
So we're going to go down a rabbit hole today. It's going to get a little bit weird, but hang tight because we're going to see what the hell is going on in all these college campuses. What are kids doing camping out in a school? Is that even legal? How come they're not saying anything about it? There was a guy from Germany. You may know him. I forget his name. He kind of wanted to take over the world. He once said, he who owns the youth gains the future. So now, where do the youth go to? They go to this thing called universities, right? Okay, so when you go to these universities probably their number one customer is who? The youth, the students, right? Or maybe not, because if we talk about this one university that's super credible, that everybody's like, oh my God, if you show that degree on the wall that you went to the school, it's like a crazy thing. You went to the school that's in Boston, that's like this Harvard place? Yes, oh my God, you must be somebody. So watch this. What percentage of their money that they get, you think they get from students versus donations? I want you to guess. Do you think they get more money from donations, or do you think they get more money from tuition? What if I told you the percentage of money they get from tuition is 17%, and what if I told you the money they get from donations is 39%? So imagine you're running a business that does $1 million a year. Your number one customer gives you $390,000 of your revenue every year. Your number two customer gives you $170,000. Which customer is more important to you? The youth, 17%, or the donations, $390,000? 39%. Well, maybe they're more important. Okay, let's unpack that. Who would be some of the people that would give a lot of money to these universities? What country gave the most money to maybe, Harvard the last 5 years since 2019? Well, there's a number since 2019, give or take. Harvard's gotten roughly $390 million the last 5 years. Guess what country gave the most money to Harvard? If you look at this chart, you'll notice the number one country on this chart is $70 million. And that country is China. Wait a minute. There's no way. China gave the most money to Harvard?
And you kind of think, like, what are these, like, what is the system always loyal to? And I'll tell you, what keeps it running.
Yeah.
So if it's money, the bottom line, and, it's usually money. And whoever gives them that money. So in this...
Or the biggest funder, donor.
Yeah. So... I think we go to school with the illusion that, we're paying them money, sort of teaching us what we want to be taught. But no, actually, they're not even really getting their bottom line from us.
Oh, no.
They're getting it mostly from the sponsors who want to push their ideology on us when we go to these colleges. That's why when we say indoctrinated, and I joke around, I say, George Soros education, I'm not joking. It's literally a George Soros funded education.
Yeah. It's not what the people are asking to be taught, or even what the people should be taught. It's what the biggest donor wants to teach us, honestly, what the globalist agenda is and the message is. And that's what's put in the textbooks and the lesson plans. And that's what they teach the kids across America.
Yeah, and you wonder why these kids come out liberal.
So Patrick, don't do this to me. You said a rabbit hole, but this is kind of weird. So are you saying one of their top customers is China? Maybe, just speculating. And by the way, what if your name is a guy named Jorge Soros?
And if you're interested in the content, I want to keep the show going, make sure to super chat in any question, comment, or joke. Just go ahead and send in the super chat to $1 and up. We appreciate the support, guys. And if you help us reach our goal, go ahead and open up that call-in line.
Keep the stream going, man. Let's get back to the video.
Let's just say, right? And what if you gave a lot of money to these universities because you run this?
Are pandas lazy creatures? Yes or no? Yes, they are.
I thought it was sloths.
Oh, no, it's pandas. Pandas do some lazy ass shit, actually.
Really?
Yeah, like people actually question pandas' intelligence to a certain point. I know, right? It's weird. It's like demythifying a creature that you thought was wise or whatever, but it's a bit of a dumbass.
Really? I thought that image was for sloths.
I know, right? Now sloths were just known for this moving like really
and being lazy as fuck.
On God, because
all they do is sleep.
I mean, yeah, but
pandas, they got these big ass claws.
I mean, come on, bro. All right, think about all the hard shit that a grizzly bear do, the black bear do, the polar bear do, but pandas, come on, what do they do? Besides climb a fucking tree. Then the other bears could do that as well. But what a panda? Like,
they got the hardest code.
Damn it, Key. Damn it, Key. All right, bro.
Foundation that you started. Hey, let's go down the rabbit hole called Open Society Foundation that you started in 1993. It's a massive endowment. You're sitting there giving these colleges and universities hundreds of millions of dollars. That's what you're giving to these guys? So, I mean, he runs Open Society Foundation. It's an $18 billion endowment that he started in 1993. So is he giving a lot of money to Harvard? I think during a 4-year period, he gave $20 million to Harvard, $5 million to Columbia. I'm not even telling you all these other billionaires that are giving money to this university. So who owns the youth, the universities, or the people that are donating to most to these universities? Makes you think. This was just the intro. We're going to talk about all this stuff today.
All right. Make sure to like the video, guys. Go and double tap that screen or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner. Appreciate the support.
Let's do it.
All right, so if you get value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Look, I'm a little bit worried. Let me tell you what I'm worried about. I'm a father of 4 kids, and we are right now, when I'm shooting this video, today's what, April 30th of 2024. Do you know in 2020, when the election was crazy, do you know when George Floyd's event took place? May 26th of 2020. If we follow the same election cycle, that is in a few weeks. And when that happened, what happened to America? Absolute division. So we can go to these different eras, what they ran, 2016 Me Too movement, 2020 BLM rights, dividing whites, Americans, racism, tensions high. People are worried, protesting. Today, they're using Israel, Iran, Jews, Muslims, divide, crazy school, pro-Palestine, universities still staying on campus, hundreds of kids being arrested on all these different schools. I can give you a list of these. 100 on Columbia University, students getting arrested. 50 Yale. We got what? Another 2 graduates at Princeton, bunch at Harvard.
What do we want? Justice! When do we want it?
Northwestern University, UCLA. You got 100 at Northeastern University, 30 at Indiana, Emory University 28, Emerson 100, USC 93, NYU 100 students plus 20 professors. Tensions are high all over the place. Who the hell is causing this? If you and I were to have a regular conversation with almost anybody, I have everybody that comes on a podcast, we get along. What the hell are we doing? Are we falling for this trap? Is somebody behind closed doors paying these kids to go do a fake protest?
Yeah, because it's so scary. When people actually went around and interviewed some of these kids, they're like, bro, what do you know about the situation about Israel and Hamas?
Very little.
Oh, well, I just know that October 7th and all this wild stuff and it's a genocide, or, oh, I just know that it's October 7th and it's an attack on our ally and all this. And I'm just like, okay, well.
They have a surface level knowledge or a Snapchat picture of the timeline.
But Dre, to sit out here, miss class, be violent against people, do all this for something that you have surface level understanding of?
Yeah.
I mean, well.
I don't know. True victims of propaganda.
Well.
Yes. And other kids are falling for this. Who the hell goes and sleeps on campuses? For what? Who's giving them the money? Let me kind of break this down for you when we talked about Jorge Soros. So this guy here starts this foundation called the Open Society Foundation in 1993. Some places tells you he's got a $6 billion endowment. Some says he's got a $18 billion endowment. They've given money to so many different networks. I think one of the numbers, if you go on their website to kind of look at what they've done, I believe they gave $184 million to 171 universities from 40 plus countries. Why does he care about having so much control over these universities? Does he think when he was a kid helping a Nazi go find a bunch of Jews, which he talks about openly? Here's the interview where the guy asks him, did it at all bother you?
Was it difficult?
Not at all. Not at all. It created no problem at all.
No feeling of guilt.
No. Whether I was there or not, I was only a spectator. The property was being taken away.
You just heard him. What was his reaction? Nah, I don't feel any guilty when I'm going through it. The guy
sold my own people out, literally stole their property, assets in the name of Nazis, even though I'm a Jew, but no shame, no regret.
No, it is what it is.
I did what had to be done. If anything, I was just there.
The way he framed it was, hey, bro, if I didn't find him, somebody else was going to find him. I'm like, bro, but why let it be you? Why let it be you?
Like you said, if anything, I was just there. It had to happen. I guess I had to be there.
He's a savage.
This man's a cold-blooded savage.
I was Jewish helping a Nazi, and you have the quote by this guy who was the leader of the Nazi group. At this point, you should know who I'm talking about. He who owns the youth gains the future. Is he inspired by that guy's vision to own the youth? Why else would you target so many universities? I'm a little bit concerned. So here's Open Society Foundation, and he's given money to Tides. Tides is massive. It was started by Drummond Pike in 1976. If you look at who Tides is given money to, they work directly with Community Justice Exchange. Tides created that. They're the ones that started the April 15 protesters on the bridge protest in San Francisco. Then they work with Act Blue, DNC fundraising, and Act Blue gives back to them the bail fund. And if you look at what other things Tides gives money to Westpac Foundation. The Westpac Foundation gives money to, within our lifetime, the agitators sworn off by Democrats that they say, no, 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 no. We have nothing to do with those guys. And then Westpac also gives to SJP.
Oh, you know what's so funny about Act Blue?
Yeah, what about it? That's the campaign that the New Orleans attacker donated to.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Act Blue. Ain't that crazy?
Students for Justice in Palestine, national movement with chapters at many schools. Then, if you look at Open Society, they also give money to Jewish Voice for Peace, which is really an anti-Zionist Jews funded by Muslims, allegedly, many say. And he gives money to U.S. campaigns for Palestinian rights, pays people.
Funds both sides, unashamedly.
Doesn't care.
Like, bro, he just said he funded an anti-Zionist support group almost.
Yep. And also while funding a Palestinian rights.
Also, while himself being a Jew.
I mean, he obviously don't care. My man obviously is reckless with his money. He don't care. Well, I guess with his philanthropy, right?
Bro, he'll sell himself out if it come down to it.
I mean,
he'll sell the floor beneath his feet.
When he was selling out his own people, bro didn't ask the right question. I'm like, when you were selling out your own people, bro, who do you think you were helping? Like, we yourself, like, and be honest with me, you could say yourself. I just want to know, like, what type of person are you for real? Like, what's your answer here? Who do you think you was helping just selling these people out?
Nobody. My pockets.
All right, cool. I know who you are now. Bro. Great.
To protest on campus. At the same time, Rockefeller Brothers Fund, they give also to the same one. They give also to Jewish Voice for Peace, which is leading to the apartheid divest, which is the Columbia protesting. Anyways, this whole thing, when you look at, I sit there, somebody may watch us, Muslims may say, we knew, Pat, we knew what you were. I'm not saying anything. I'm the same guy that said, how the hell did Netanyahu not know when Mossad knows? CIA, everybody, Egypt told you they're about to attack you from Hamas. You knew. What do you mean you didn't know? I'm not sitting here saying I'm on their side, any of the sides. I just don't think he cares about you. If you're a Muslim, Christian, Jew, or anything, their job is to divide, agitate. It is a trend that they do this. The moment it's 6 months before the election, they start doing this. So how much money has this been? Let's look at it. Jorge Soros has given more than $15 million to groups behind current pro-Palestine protests since 2016. By the way, for some people, this is a Jew. Of course he would be a Jew. So this same guy, George Soros, they gave $15 million to groups behind current pro-Palestine protests, claims he's a Jew. He says, I'm proud to be Jewish, but it took me into my entire lifetime to get there. This is in The Man Behind the Curtain. At the same time, he said in 2007, he condemned Bush administration for labeling Hamas as a terrorist organization. It's 2007, 17 years ago. By the way, this is
Hold on. A Jewish guy pretty much said that, Biden, you're terrible for labeling Hamas as a terrorist organization. You're terrible for that.
Mm-hmm.
This is in The Man Behind the Curtain. At the same time, he said in 2007, he condemned Bush administration for labeling Hamas as a terrorist organization. It's 2007, 17 years ago. By the way, this is the Hamas founding documents in 1988. Says the covenant promotes the following goals: Israel's destruction. Israel will continue to exist until Islam obliterates them. No negotiations. There's no solution for the Palestinian question except through jihad. So that's who you're saying this stuff to. And then at the same time, New York Post reported $13.7 million that Open Society, a grant-making network, gave to money through Tide Center, which I just showed you earlier. And through Tide Center, money can be broken down on exactly what they gave to Westpac, to Mass Liberation Project, to Progressive Center for Constitutional Rights, to If Not Now, to Adalah Justice Project, to Jewish Voice for Peace, that is a pro-Palestinian funding. I can go on and on with what things these guys have been doing. And this continues with all the money that they've been given. Even right now, there's a U.S. campaign for Palestinian rights, pay students, youth fellows, you ready? Receive stipend of $28.80 and $33.60 for 3-month terms of roughly 8 hours of work per week. $7,800 for its community-based fellows. What does that mean? Are you paying me to sleep in these campuses, in these tents? Is that what that means? Is that what you're doing here? So agitating to own the youth so you can gain the future? Is that again what you're doing? and your son is now taking over the fund of Open Society Foundation, all the other stuff that you're doing, this is a little bit concerning for me because, look, all I want to know is what's your motive? A capitalist wants to build a business, get clients, grow, make money, have a better solution for others. The motivation of a guy that's playing in college football, maybe one day he wants to go into NFL. The motivation of a guy that's about to become a doctor, man, he wants to be practice and health, winning, maybe making money, changing some people's life, being recognized as a great doctor. The motivation for anybody, there's a lot of different motivations that you have. What the hell is the motivation of doing?
I always say the motivation for doctors need to go up. And I always just say, I'm like, you know what? Doctors need to start being more, I guess, flashy. Like the doctors, y'all need to start pulling out bust down Rolexes, like the rappers do. Y'all can afford it. We know y'all can afford it. I've seen some of y'all doctors for some crazy things. You can afford it. I know it's not classy, but look, we're trying to inspire the young generation here. So work with me here. Just go ahead and
be a little bit more boisterous, a little bit more
so,
braggadocious.
On God. So go ahead and take out, I bet maybe like $5,000, all 20s, and just hold it up to your ear.
Money spread.
On God.
Money spread.
For the young ones, for the
YNs, as they call them.
Yes.
Doing this because kids are naive and innocent. You can get to them and you can drive division in America. Are you waiting for a possible May 26th type George Floyd event to happen on school?
Oh, and shout out Steph Troutman, $2. He said, stop ninja watching and like the goddamn live. Pretty much.
Appreciate you, Seth, man. Shout out, Seth. Proud member and a supporter. And make sure you guys support the show so we can, 1, keep the show going, and 2, we can get to the call in, and 3, just because y'all like us, why not? Come on.
Say keep meeting, man. We're gonna keep it going.
Let's go.
Also, you can really increase the temperature in America and potentially use that as civil unrest that leads to martial law. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I mean, that's pretty creative if you're thinking that dark, right? Sheldon, what's his name? Andelson, the billionaire who said, these organizations, this is how the left uses with the dark money to divide America. Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe that's what their motive is. I don't know. Maybe we're speculating right now, but there's nothing wrong with staying paranoid. Andy Grove said only the paranoid survive. Remember, one side of my shoulder is a very paranoid person that's in my ear saying, Patrick, don't do this. Watch what happens here. The other side is future looks bright. I want both of them, right? As a person that's looking at the future. Let me give you some more data here when you look at the impact of donors on universities. Check this out. Endowment revenue as of 2023, total endowment market value of U.S. institutions today, just this year, 2020, not all time, this year, $839 billion. Did you hear what I just said? $839 billion. By the way, of which, if you look at this chart here, this one shows how much of it went to Ivy League. You
know what? I have to ask these colleges. I'll be like, you know what? What donor told you that gender studies was the way to go? Oh, tell me what donor told y'all that social degrees is gonna help people feed their families? Please tell me. I mean, arts and music. Oh no, y'all real scammers for that one. Tell me which one pushed y'all for that. I want to know. Like whoever donor did that, man, shame on them.
2023. Of that 839, 218 of it went to Ivy League endowments. And this chart here from openthebooks.com projects that by 2049, it's going to be $1 trillion that's going to go to Ivy Leagues. Okay? Who are their customers? Students or people giving the money? Think about that. Is that not a fair question to ask? Let's go back to the numbers. So 839 goes to U.S. institutions. 18.8 billion was to community colleges, whatever. So let's just say put it together at $860 billion. Then you go at the bottom, tuition revenue. Public universities, $86.5 billion. Tuition for private four-year universities, $181. You combine that two together, it's like what, 260, 267? So it's nearly 3.5 times the money they get for endowments versus tuition. Who is their number one customer? Tuition or the people giving money to the endowments? Let's keep asking that question. Remember earlier when I was telling you about Harvard, the whole 39% versus 17%? Check this out. So this is their revenue 2023, 39%. The light green net endowment distribution is 39%. Another 10% is gifts. That's about 49% of gifts that they're getting, right? Then you got 6% from non-federal sponsored, 12% from federal sponsored. The light yellow and the yellow is continuing in executive education, okay? And degree-seeking education, 17%. Then 16% is non-academic. Who's their number one customer? The student, the youth, or the people that are given all the money and endowments and the gifts? Who do you think? Who would you pick up the phone call first? Hey, line number one is the parent of Johnny. How much money did Johnny's parents give to? No, nothing. It's just the tuition. Forget about it. Line number two, Jorge Soros, open source. Oh my God, stop it. Close the door. Tell her I get out. Mr. Soros, How are you, sir? Oh my God, what an honor it is to hear from you. What do you think? Was that too much of an act? Do you
Man,
not
Loki,
believe?
you should answer Mr. Soros. Sue, how can I help you spread your manipulation today?
Man.
How can I help you spread your ideology? If you just go ahead and throw us, I don't know, a couple 30, 40 extra mil, Mr. Soros, we got you.
How can I help report your plan of world domination? It's more like it. Like,
Man,
what do you need? What
shoot.
can I do?
He's honestly, how can I make the American people more useless? I got you, Mr. Soros.
God
I got
damn.
you. It says go ahead and wire me that 50 mil, and trust me, I'll have everybody in lockstep.
I'll cut my own brother off to get the shit done.
Shoot. Oh yeah, my kid goes here too. I'm gonna dumb him down just for you, Mr. Soros.
Anything to help the mission,
Mm-mm.
anything to help the cause. A true bot, a true NPC. Goddamn it.
Believe that? Which phone call you think they're going to
Perpetrator.
shiver to pick up? You tell me. Come on now. This is a basic question we're asking. Who's their number one customer? Let me continue. Okay, I can go through Yale for you. I can show you Notre Dame. Look at Notre Dame here on what it was in 2008 and what happened in 2018. You look at 2008, most of the money was coming from tuition, 40%. The endowment was 29%. Fast forward 10 years later, the tuition drops to 32. The endowment goes to 38. We can keep going through these stats over and over and over again with you. Now you would say, come on, Pat, stop being so paranoid. It's not like these people give this money expecting anything in return. They won't do that. They're not capable of doing that, right? Here we go. The paranoid PBD. I don't know about that. Oh, yeah, of course, they're noble. Future looks bright. Let's talk.
And we got close to 100 of y'all in here, man. Make sure y'all do us a favor and double tap that screen for me, please. Or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation, guys. Let's keep it going.
To this guy right now. All right, here's a chart for you.
And saying, Key, y'all watch Mark's video? Wait, did Mark request a video?
No, he put it in the Discord.
Ah.
We watched the full thing. We didn't make it through the full thing, but we did get to some parts of it.
Yes, we did. Yes,
Shout
we did,
out to
actually.
Fox Chase 93, $5. There's no way that they couldn't find a reason to investigate him and then find the crimes. Oh, they just don't want to, and he's just friends and
The boy, he's too wealthy.
yeah, he's friends with the right people.
I mean,
obviously.
bro, his
You gotta
son
think.
just accepted a Medal of Freedom from the president.
You got to think, bro. He's made a career out of donating to the right causes, funds, and foundations. You don't think he's bought some people off, some politicians as well? Like,
I mean,
this man definitely is friends and has relationships with the right people to keep himself out of spotlight.
you pay billions of dollars to spread your ideology. You get a medal from the president, and plus, about 100 or so, news stations.
Yeah,
Or
do you do all that? I ain't gonna lie. You kind of got some, let's just say, anonymity when it comes to your crimes.
yeah, boy got some pull. I'll tell you that.
Okay, on how much money they're getting. Take a look at this from 1996 to even 2016, not even today. The net tuition and
Appreciate
fees
Fox
of
Shade.
where it's at isn't really climbing. It's about steady. Tuition and fees climbing, endowment exploding. In addition to a general university endowment fund, institution may also maintain a number of restricted endowments that are intended to fund specific areas within the institution. I'm giving this money to you if you guys do da-da-da-da-da. Oh, of course, Jorge, we will for sure do that for you, okay? Or else you're not going to get more money. Oh my God, we would never do that. You're on our list of picking up your phone call whenever you call, Jorge. No problem. Right?
God, the boy talking like, hey man, yo, Harvard, boy, look, I give it to Yale. I give it to Howard. Like, shoot, I give it to everybody but y'all if y'all don't play, play to my tune. Like, come on now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and he's crazy. He carry a heavy bag that he spreads around in the education industry or in the education system. That's dangerous. I mean, I don't think that should be. Should that be legal? That's damn near like influencing our education, influencing what we're being taught, especially at a level that depends where we go in life. Especially, where we go within the job market.
We go in the job market, how we raise our family, how we're able to provide and raise our families. Like, it has a lot of influence in our everyday lives. Like,
yeah, I don't like the fact that he got his hands on that.
Right? Restricted endowments that are intended to fund specific areas within the institution. Why else would they give the money? There's got to be a motive behind it. This whole thing, I told you we're going down a rabbit hole. I'm sure you're probably sitting there asking some questions. The only question I'm asking today is, who's their number one customer? And what do you think they expect in return? You think they expect some favors? You think they have some motives? You think Jorge is just doing this because he cares about your kids? Oh, because he cares for your kids and the youth. I bet on repeat when you go to his office, he's probably playing Whitney Houston. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride. And he's singing in the background. in his Hungarian accent. I just can visualize that, right? It's probably what this Jorge guy is doing. I think there's some motives. And unfortunately, many Americans are falling for it. All he's doing is trying to get you to go through a divorce. That's all he's doing. He's feeding you information about the other person, and it's all a lie. Then he's going to your husband and telling your husband stuff about you that's a lie. And then all of a sudden you go home at night, and what do? You fight each other. And then eventually, after 1 week of fighting, 1 month of fighting, 3 months of fighting, then you sleep in different rooms. Then one goes out and lives in an apartment. Nobody else knows about it. You're living at a hotel. Boom, there's a divorce. Now your kids are distracted. That's how this starts. And he's doing a fantastic job. And he's got a track record of doing this for many, many years,
It's
especially
like seeds of distrust planted throughout the process. Just minor things you're doing. You're playing both sides so expertly to where it's like you're throwing rocks and you're hiding your hands because no one really sees the influence that you have on both sides. But ultimately, like the analogy Patrick just gave, you're the reason why the whole shit crashed and burned. George Soros, everybody, kingmaker, billionaire funder, entrepreneur, philanthropist, quote unquote,
education manipulator.
But the man who will literally use his own funds, his own billions to low key do as he pleases.
Really just spread his ideology. It was nobody stopping him. Why? Because they're gonna bend the knee to get that money from him.
Hey, and shout out Mark, man, coming back in with another 15 bucks on stream. We appreciate the support, Mark. He says, hey, everyone, show your support that gave us this platform to come together and speak our mind. Thanks, Sankey Media. Hey,
man, we appreciate you, Mark. We appreciate
exactly what it's for, bro.
Man. Oh yeah, make sure y'all keep the show. Hey, y'all keep the show going by go ahead and supporting it, liking the video. We appreciate the support, guys. Don't worry, we got more for y'all tonight, man. It's gonna be a good one. Just keep supporting. We're gonna keep entertaining.
Community and the man he helped at 14 years old. And he was asked in an interview, he said, yeah, he helped. I don't feel guilty about it. I'm at a different level. And by the way, in another interview in LA Times, he said he fancies himself as a god. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe we're over speculating, Pat. Too much paranoia today. Maybe you're right. And maybe you're not. We don't know. All we're doing is asking a question. By the way, you know what I would like you to do? Watch this video with your parents. Watch this video with your peers. Watch this video with your siblings. Don't tell them anything about the video. Say, I want you to watch this video with me and let's see what they're going to say. What do you think now that you finished the video that your friend gave you? What do you think? Text them. Call them. Watch it with them right now. He's sitting next to you. What do you tell him about this video?
Yes, you know, it's so scary about manipulating education. It does kind of hold us back. So what is there? Okay. Like certain science fields, there's like people who literally pay to keep certain ideas out of certain fields of science.
Yeah,
like they don't want to hear it because, well, they've got Nobel Peace Prize, they built their whole thesis on some of these things. And if we have people manipulating the education system, then that means there's no free speech within our own education system.
You're inhibiting research, growth, and ingenuity because at a certain point you're capping it because it doesn't fit the narrative.
Well, damn near goes into a free market because if we can't create new technology, that's honestly limiting certain products we have or we can obtain.
It's very dangerous when you think about it. It's very dangerous,
man. Limiting potential growth, I don't like it. I just don't like it.
But I mean, this is the mentality of the globalist, thinking he knows best, knowing what to limit, what to promote, what's best for society as a whole. Because, like I said, he's the one with all the billions. He's done something no one else could do. At least that's how he sees it. His justification.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. It's crazy how these billionaires' idea of, you know what, I'm a billionaire, so let's make sure nobody else can be one. Kind of weird.
Maybe we need to do a little bit more due diligence.
I don't want to
own motives really are. I don't know. Again, this is a concerned parent
watching you, Set, and I better get that call in tomorrow. Hey, definitely. We definitely got you. Don't worry. We got you, Seth. Don't worry. And make sure to tune in for that call in tomorrow on Sunday.
For who loves America and believe the future looks bright only if you and I, the men and women of courage, are willing to stand up instead of just sitting on the sidelines, allowing people like this to force the greatest country in the world to go through a divorce. I'm kind of not okay with that. And if you're watching this, I'm assuming you're not either.
Yeah, trust me. Lord knows I ain't.
And I would say the only way we can combat a globalist like George Soros on an individual level is by spreading awareness that he exists, that he has these narratives, these worldviews, these missions, these ideologues that he wants to purport across society. So we just told y'all a small piece of it, obviously, but the only way to really combat or counteract his mission is to spread awareness. The more people know, the more people that are aware, and that's the better chance we stand.
This man got an award for fucking freedom, bro.
Bro, he's a sick guy.
I'm hurt. I'm literally like not like feelings hurt, but I'm just like, what?
You know what happens is, for me, it begs the question: who's he in bed with? Because there's no way we know this, and the people who gave him that award didn't.
I mean, a presidential award of freedom, and I did not see one soldier up there, and those are people who are fighting for our freedom. So what the hell am I really seeing here?
Who's he in bed with?
To get a presidential award of freedom?
What is our country?
And then he
value?
don't even gotta be there. He don't even gotta be there.
Who and what does our country value? Because, like you said, it should be servicemen, it should be ex-military vets, people who served and defended our country at the highest honor, not people who literally traded against the dollar, try to hurt us
20 years
to
ago,
make a profit.
And now he's back acting like, oh, I want the best for y'all.
This man's been a trader his whole career, sold his own people out. He would sell the floor underneath his feet to put $1 in his pocket.
Now we're just gonna believe him because he's throwing money our direction.
The shiestiest of people, man.
I mean,
the worst type of guy, really.
Whatever working with that man thinking that you're doing good, you fool.
Bro, watch that back door, as Lil Durk was saying. But shout out Vlastine, $5. My town has converted our own Walmart into a trade school for high schoolers to start early on the trades and force around the areas to learn extra skill. Hey, that's what's up.
They're smart.
That's what's up.
That's smart.
That's what's up. We need more stuff like that going on.
And I ain't gonna lie, it's so funny. I seen somebody in the chat who said, yeah, it's all trade, no politics. It's hard. Think about it, it's hard to manipulate these trade schools like it would in education. I just already showed you certain fields of like education, they don't want no new thought in. But a trade, I mean, like, what are you gonna do? Tell me not to connect this to that? What you gonna do? Tell me to weld differently? Don't use this. What? Don't use this certain tool? Like, you can't really add no politics to it. It's always gonna be that trade. What you gonna tell me? Don't follow industrial wiring or something now? It's like you can't add no politics to trade. It's just simple as that. Hands on.
And shout out Green Bean, another $2. He says Soros probably wrote the Hunger Games. You know anything about the Hunger Games?
Oh, you remember you don't remember the Hunger Games?
I've never seen it.
Oh, that was a lit movie. I ain't even gonna lie, but yeah, I ain't gonna lie. It do sound like some sort of
really.
Yeah, everybody was in districts. Everybody was broke as hell. Everybody, but the rich people kind of controlled everybody to the point where they made them compete against each other in this great ass game of literally killing each other. Yes, in this great ass game, and everybody would have represent their districts. So I think it was like, I don't know, probably like 10 of these people out there in the forest trying to off each other to be the winner and represent their district for the rich people to enjoy.
I thought this was like a kids movie. That was really popular in middle school.
I mean, yeah, but it was great. And niggas, yes, well, I remember the little girl died, all some wild stuff.
God damn, I might have to go back and watch that.
It was a banger. And
shout out Fox 93. $5. Soros Jr. is engaged to Clinton's aide, the ex of Weiner, the guy that got jailed for being a chomo.
Oh, Wiener. Okay, yeah, because I remember it was the whole Wiener laptop. You know what? Fox Chase, if you want to, we can actually bring up how like Anthony Weiner was low-key like having a complete meltdown on PBD. Bro was having a complete meltdown on PBD. Like, I think when somebody tried to touch on that laptop, and he was like, hold on, don't you talk about that laptop. A lot of great people or a lot of slimy people. And he just started going ballistic. Actually, Anthony Weiner, anytime he comes up talking about Republicans, my man goes wild. Or really Trump and anybody with him. He goes wild. But he is an old school, I guess. I think he's like an old school liberal, like really old school.
Okay.
But there was a scandal called Anthony Weiner's laptop. I don't know what was in that laptop. I don't know too much about that. But all I know that a man had a scandal with and including him and his laptop.
I have to get into it.
Man.
What's up, everyone? I'm Billboard Chris. It's New Year's Eve. I'm out on the streets of Vancouver, BC, having one conversation at a time about the greatest child abuse scandal in the history of modern medicine. 2025 is going to be a fantastic year, and possibly the best day of the year is going to be September 13th. I'm going to be in London, England, joining Tommy Robinson, who should be out of prison and out of solitary confinement by then, where he's been locked up for using his voice. And we're going to have a rally for freedom of speech, because what's going on in the United Kingdom is totally out of control. September 13th, pencil it into your calendar. Join us. I'm sorry, what's your problem?
Children cannot consent to puberty blockers. You're telling me to go F
myself.
I'll be like, all right, bro, hold on, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Fighting in behalf of?
Yeah, like, bro, what are you standing on? Did you read this?
Like, I love this.
I'd have to ask. Hold on.
This just exposes the crazy people.
Yeah, and I'll be like, hold on, bro. Turn around the back. You say something else on the back or something?
Like, bro, like, well, okay, like, I would really put the mic to that man's face and be like, bro, what are you defending?
Wait, really? Children cannot consent to puberty blockers? I'm like, bro, they can't. Like, they shouldn't be able to either.
Because why? What do we call the sexual assault of a minor? Statutory rape, right?
Yep.
Same concept. They can't consent. Even if they're saying they want it, they're under 18. They cannot consent.
Medical mutilation to a minor.
Why do you want to sterilize kids, man?
Sterilize kids. I want my niece to feel like she can be alive. I don't want that.
Oh, you don't. Too bad. You don't get a choice.
I don't get a choice.
Back up.
Work them. On a fight. Let's go. Round 1. But anyway, though, make sure y'all like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen. Let's get us to 50 likes. Hit the 3 dots up there in the corner. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Thank you. Like I said, kill yourself.
Are they holding him down or something? They're not let that boy. Like, what?
I'm gonna fucking go.
What? Bro, what?
I'm not playing around.
I'm not playing either.
Maybe I'm just maybe I'm just being saying this out of cockiness right now, but bro, I cannot let no man in a pink purse last like more than a minute against me. I'm sorry. No man is gonna square up with me in a pink purse, and I'm gonna let this man last more than 30 seconds. I'm sorry.
I feel like you're giving him more respect than he deserves. A man is not walking around parading around downtown with a goddamn pink bag.
Hold on. A man
to fight me talking about my niece deserves
a man in a pink bag that's defending children to get puberty blockers. He's not allowed to last 30 seconds against you.
My niece deserves to feel like she should be here. Like, bro, nobody said anything about telling your niece she's not a person, bro. This is about puberty blockers and minors, bro. Get the hell out of here. You're sexualizing children.
At this point, with your pink ass bag.
I would have used that bag. Bro, I would have wrapped the straps around that bag. Oh, man.
That's what I'm saying. He's not allowed to last more than 30 seconds against a real one. There's no way. In a pink bag?
Bro, the straps from that bag would have been around that man's neck.
Playing with other people's lives, though, okay?
I'm going to keep having these conversations. I don't care how many motherfuckers like you try to stop me with your fucking violence.
Bag.
Doesn't matter to me.
Proud of yourself, huh?
Keep it fucking going.
Proud of yourself, huh? I got a weapon too. Fuck you, huh?
I'll give him the real one. I'm like, come on. I'll have to put that balls in that man. I'm not gonna lie. All these people around, bro, I would have made it a show. I'm not gonna lie, I would have turned it into a beat down on the corner, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I would have took the sign off. I would have took the sign off. Look, bro, I ain't gonna lie. Chat, look, I would have took the sign off, put it on the side, and been like, yeah, this is how strongly I feel about this cause. I'm willing to beat this man's ass over his shit. Like, I would have put on a show,
and everybody walking by. I'm just like, all right, good. Well, everybody better keep walking by when I hit him.
I'm like, bro, and everybody asking, like, why is he going so hard on him? Look at the sign. This man is defending this.
Oh God.
Look at the sign, and he's defending this.
So much he wants to attack me.
Oh God.
That was fun.
The party that's supposedly about peace and tolerance seem to be using a lot of violence lately. It's funny because I remember when this happened like 14 years ago, and I was actually on their side, but the Democrats and the Libertarians started to team up because the Democrats would say these people just want to live their lives with freedom, and because Libertarians tend to be about freedom, they were all for it, and they teamed up with the Democrats to give people more liberties. And as soon as the Democrats got into power, it took 10 years, but we went from same-sex marriage to there's no such thing as gender. Now they're to the point where they'll use force if you have a different opinion, and they'll justify using force by saying they're on the good side. Any man that's angry about not being able to sterilize kids is a sick man.
It's the video that's gone viral. Seal Beach police say 3 women were caught on camera stealing from an Ulta beauty store earlier this month. Police say they stole more than $1,600 worth of items. Damn. All 3 women are from Southern California and between the ages of 24 and 26. They tried to get away in the parking lot, but police quickly detained them.
Felony? New laws. Stealing is a felony. And this is Orange County. They don't play.
You know,
why the fuck would y'all come to Orange County talking about they don't play? It's a felony. It's a new law. Y'all knew what y'all was getting into. I feel no shame. I feel no.
Actually, yeah. If I was a cop, I'd low-key be in there and be like, you know, let me inform you. In some countries, it's a death sentence.
I would have felt no sympathy for
I'd be like, actually, shorty, in some countries, I wouldn't be able to handcuff you. Wanna know why? Because they took your hands.
No sympathy for these young ladies. They knew what they was getting themselves into.
Like,
24 to
that's why I
26.
told me this.
Not even
I went to
kids.
jail last year and got on probation for a year for still out of Target.
Man, what's your
The
daddy?
women were also linked to a theft at a nearby Kohl's store. The
Where's your
alleged
daddy?
crime comes shortly after California's Prop 36 took effect. The new law creates stricter penalties for organized theft.
I guess California finally decided to do something about theft. They realized that if you decriminalize stealing, more people will steal. I mean, just look at their level of comfortability. They walking out the store like they bought the stuff.
The victim, who was stabbed in the throat by a maniac at Grand Central Station, says no one came to her aid, just froze. Real mystery. Wonder why no one helped.
Islands. Biden has spent over 532 days on vacation during his 4-year term. Compared to the average American, he took 48 years worth of vacation in just 4 years. Let that one sink in, everybody.
To be fair, Trump did spend a lot of time golfing and tweeting. Regardless of political opinion, just don't forget that our government lied to us for 3 years about our president's cognitive decline, and they call you
And shout out Vlastine, $2. He says 33, baby.
far right for just suggesting that it's weird that he can't put together a sentence. They took a corpse and then gift wrapped it in a suit for 3 years and then spearheaded us into funding 2 different wars. If that isn't proof that there's something wrong with our government, I don't know what is.
It is time for our generation-defining great works.
I mean, look, nobody be mad if Biden took vacations if he got ish done. If the economy was good, we weren't in the brick of World War III. Everything was on the up and up, and my man was taking a vacation. I was like, look, bro, he worked so hard. He got shit done early. Let my man take his vacation. But no, he didn't get nothing done. The economy's suffering. The people suffering. Yeah, what the hell are you doing on the beach? You need to be getting to work, but you are on the beach. 40% of the presidency. No wonder nothing got done.
How about stopping climate change before we destroy the planet and getting millions of people involved, manufacturing and installing solar panels? We get that our greatest challenges need global responses too. No country can fight climate change alone or prevent pandemics. Progress now requires coming together.
The slow pan of his mega yacht as he talks about climate change is super ironic. It's super ironic. I love this.
Not just as cities or nations, but also as a global community.
After lecturing us about the importance of climate change, Mark Zuckerberg bought a $300 million yacht that burns 500 gallons of gas per hour. But of course, you using your Ford Focus to get to and from work because that's all you have time to do anymore is the problem.
This is the soccer team that just cannot be beaten. The Flying Bats. They play in the women's competition in Sydney, but they have 5 male-born players, and no one can get near them. The latest score, Flying Bats 12, their opposition 0. And have a look at their success this year. They're undefeated in 13 games, and they've scored 59 goals and only conceded 3. They've scored 26 more goals than the team sitting in second place. No one is able to get anywhere near them. Kiralee Smith is a vocal campaigner trying to protect women's sport.
Ben, it's absolutely extraordinary. These guys, some of them are more than 6 foot. They're in their 30s. They're playing against girls who are under 18. I'm now facing court cases 7, 8, and 9 for calling out some of these males in female competition. The anti-discrimination law in this country.
I'm sorry, that's just downright disrespectful, bro.
You go ultra woke. This is what the result is. You got men over here beating up on kids.
She's
Literally,
some of them 6 feet, bro. It's like
they
no
playing
way.
against kids that's under 18. Like, bro,
it almost got like
look at what
100
the woke
goals.
agenda opens up. Like, you open up Pandora's box, and now you got grown ass men over here flexing their muscles. Like, get some, baby, get some,
bro.
Yeah, flexing their muscles on 17-year-olds.
Still gave up 3 goals. That's domination,
Like,
bro.
imagine that, bro. Imagine, bro, you really going crazy. Like, you really scoring goals, going crazy in soccer. And then you flex your muscles, like, yeah, get some.
And then you're gonna look at the standings like, oh yeah, that's fair,
bro.
That seems right. Like, hold on.
Kids, bro, on kids.
There's like he's like the second team is nowhere near them in ranking. It's like their first place with like 100 goals, bro. Second team like 10.
That is insane.
Country is absolutely appalling when women can't defend female sex-based rights at the threat of legal action.
The numbers are just out of this world. This year, they've only conceded 3 goals, but they have scored 59 goals. They're undefeated in 13 games.
And they're also destroying these women for prize money in these tournaments. So there's also financial incentive. But you know, men have warned about this for years now, and these policies
stealing opportunity from women, stealing prize money from women.
Whatever organization or foundation or league that they're playing in, that's their fault for honoring those guys on the team as actual participants. I would literally tell them, like, bro, y'all disqualified. Y'all are not qualified to win this cash prize. It's for a women's tournament. What the fuck are y'all doing?
Bro,
y'all had y'all fun. Y'all got y'all highlight reel tape. Y'all lived y'all dream out.
59 and only conceded 3 though.
Motherfuckers out here think they messy because they playing against 16-year-old girls.
Bro, and this is soccer, bro. This is soccer. To have 59 goals is wild. And only conceded 3
in the season.
Like,
yeah.
They're literally running through these people,
bro. There's
for the full 90 minutes.
Bro, there's games where professional soccer teams, I'm talking about teams that play in the Champions League, the upper echelon of soccer, literally will only be able to score 1 goal because the competition is so stiff. 1 goal in a 90-minute match. And you're telling me they had a goal, they had a game where they had 13 goals to 0?
Yeah, bro. Their entire season, they've only given up 3 goals.
Bro, they've had 59 goals.
I know, but to only give up 3 out of the entire season. Damn.
Policies are predominantly supported by women. So at what point are men just gonna go, hey, if you want to go out there and compete against somebody who's 6'3" with a 5 o'clock shadow and hands the size of a damn baseball glove because you believe there's no difference between men and women, it is what it is.
This is absolutely bonkers. You got to watch this. Look at this. So it's 9.
If you ever look at the women who defend this point, they're never athletes and they're fat. The women who defend trans women being in sports are the same women who hate women in sports. So it's the women who hate the athletes they're fat, they're never athletic themselves, they're nerds, and they wish like, I ain't gonna lie, they wish the worst on their athletic counterparts. It's sad. It is sad. But all right.
Instead of last scene, $2. How dare you? While playing on a yacht. Partying on a yacht. That's what these elites always do, bro. They tell us one thing, they tell us what to do, how to live our lives, while doing the complete opposite in the background. Bro, it's actually insane.
It's like your friend telling you you need to get your shit together while you're serving a life sentence.
Bro.
Like,
this shit be hilarious.
1938.
Not for me.
And all this time we're spending through the years as Americans, family was such an important figure in our life.
Man, but hold the Glock though.
Shiesty up and shit.
Friends are still at the hierarchy. We went to school. Good thing that's changing. College and school. You don't need that Rockefeller education. But yeah, check this out. It's just absolutely bonkers. 1975. Now it's about the time I was born. Seeing a huge shift, kerplunk, family going down, and then we see this. Oh my God, the internet, the matrix going up like crazy. All of this time we're wasting on our devices, disconnected from family.
That is the worst mix. This is why marriages fail in my eyes. When you spend more time online around friends and coworkers.
Shit, this is why marriages fail, relationships fail,
bars and restaurants.
People are becoming more and more socially inept. Like, we're losing out on the social aspect of interaction in society. Is a lot of.
So think about this. People are spending, and I would say this, women and men are willing to talk online first, talk to their friends first, talk to their coworkers, talk to the people at the bar or restaurant before they even talk to their wife or husband.
Yeah.
I mean, man.
It translates to,
man, we wonder why we're here.
You got to throw family in there. Honestly, the most egregious thing about that is past your partner is your kid, bro. You're neglecting your kid for time online. That could be Instagram, social media, video games.
And that counts as family. Your kid counts as family. Now, it's not all of us, but it's the average American. Average American family is, well,
fifth on their list of things.
I mean, it's still top 5, but really it should have been in the top 3.
They were showing the difference between liberals and conservatives right now. This is wild. 76% of single women are Democrats and 56% of them are on psych meds, because they seem fucking crazy to me.
Whoa.
You know what I'm saying? That makes sense. It makes sense.
I believe in the Constitution. I believe in the freedom of speech, the freedom of expression, the right to petition your government for redress of grievances. But I also understand what treason and sedition is. When people are standing up and talking about death to America on American streets, I got a problem with that. And you should have a problem with that too, because this is about your safety and security. When you hear people talk about 1.5 to 2 million gotaways, people that we know have come across the border, but we don't know who they are, we don't know where they are, you should be very concerned, because it only took 3,000 on October the 7th of 2023. It only took how many on 9/11? 12. And now we're talking about millions that have come across this border. And yes, we know that there are people on the terrorist watch list that have come.
Reminds me of that clip of that guy on the border we seen the other day that was like, "Oh, you'll know my name soon enough. You'll know who I am. Yeah, you'll know you don't know me now, but you'll know me soon enough."
And I don't think he's talking about I'm gonna be a millionaire one day.
Man,
wasn't talking about that. I'm gonna be
he
a
wasn't talking about I'm
singer.
gonna be in the league. He talking about shoot, blue.
Yeah, it sounds like he about to crash out, and that's how we going to win.
God damn.
Come across this border. So I want to see young people understand these issues. I think it is important when we study these issues. But as I said earlier, those young people that are out there protesting, if they had been at that peace music festival, they would have been killed also.
This sounds like the right's version of the left saying,
Make sure I like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen for us at the 3 dots up there in the corner. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
we need to censor hate speech. Now, don't get me wrong. If you're in America illegally or you're not American and you're saying death to America, yeah, you need to get sent back where you came. I would never go visit or go live in another country and then scream death to that country. That would be insane. If you're an American, Republican, or Democrat, I think we should be careful when it comes to censoring each other, because it starts with DTA. Next thing you know, you can't criticize Donald Trump. I don't want to see the right start to become everything they talked about on the left. Like how Elon Musk ran under the America First movement and then said we need to bring in more East Asians to fill in the tech jobs. It sounds a lot like what the Democrats were saying about Venezuelans in the labor jobs. I don't know, just the white collar version of that. Now that the right's in power, they have to be very careful about being the thing that they said they didn't like about the left. We don't need to criminalize Americans saying DTA. We should have a social stigma against it, and we should promote patriotism so we can have a collective identity in America again.
The reason why Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy want H-1B visa workers is because they can exploit them better.
Lower wages, right?
And Elon did this with Twitter. He went to Twitter and he fired 50% of the staff, right? Immediately, day one. He fired all those people. The only employees he retained, he kept, were H-1B visa workers. Why did he do that? Because those guys, if they get fired, they're going to get deported. So now you can force those guys to fucking stay there all day, every day, sleep at the office. They're basically indentured servants. That's what Elon Musk wants. That's what wealthy people want. They want to be able to get the most amount of time and productivity out of each individual employee. And the more vulnerable you are, the fear of deportation, the easier it is for your boss to turn around and be like, all right, I'm calling you up at 10 p.m. on a Friday afternoon. Oh, you got a fucking family emergency? You ever get your ass in the office right now? I got to ask.
And then is that kind of like going into the cultural argument that Vivek was making, like past an education deficit, like American workers are just inherently lazier?
No, it's not. Actually, he's pretty much saying that, bro, you can't talk like that to us. That's what he's pretty much saying. No, you can't talk like that. So you can't threaten what you gonna do? Threaten our nationality? What you gonna do? Say you can send us home? Threaten our whole livelihood?
That argument, it sounds like they're willing to put in more work, give more of their personal time,
it kind of
sacrifice on more. Like,
I would say this: would they do that if they was us? If they had the same rights as us, would they have done that? They did it, bro. If your boss would hit you up, 10 o'clock afternoon, you're supposed to be off. Get over here. I'm taking your visa. Sounds crazy to an American. Like, get over here or else. You're gonna be like, bro, fuck y'all. See you in HR tomorrow. Hang your phone up. So it's not even about being lazy. It's about, no, you're going to work way harder if you're being forced to. I mean, like, key, bro. Man, your job every day, you about to walk up, like, hey, bro, you about to work these 10 hours or I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie, dude. We're going to take everything all from you. I'm like, what you mean, my job? I mean, bro, your house, your cell phone, it all from you. You losing more than just your job, my nigga. You losing where you live, where you stay at, your friends and family.
My way of life.
Everything's on your H-1 visa.
I'm back to my home country if I don't do this.
Like, well paid as you are, you're an indentured slave.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Or indentured servant.
And the question today, should vaccines be mandated?
In terms of getting people healthy, let's get them outside and vitamin D. Let's mandate healthy fisheries so we all get healthy vitamin D sources. Let's mandate organic foods. Let's mandate regenerative farms. Let's change the subsidies from McDonald's and all these GMOs to organic farms and these beautiful small companies we see here. There's
Instead of a McDonald's on every corner, we got a farmer's market on every corner.
And she cooking right now.
Instead of GMOs and forever chemicals in our foods, we got natural pesticides and organic fruits and veggies to eat from. Like, we got resources that are natural and things that we can do to help ourselves versus depending on the government and all type of, I don't know.
And look, remember, guys, all girls like a man who's healthy and vitamin D. And who's not vitamin D efficient. Because how can you give good D if you're vitamin D efficient?
I'm so weak.
All right, let's keep going.
so much more to health that we can mandate that other than injecting something that is completely experimental, and there's so many alternatives and there's so much money involved.
Right.
And so granted, the people have to rise because money will move, unless we move.
That's what the Democratic Party used to be all about. And it's funny because if she said that nowadays, they'd call her Hitler. We need to bring the old Democratic Party back because we need that balance. They have slid into insanity. Let me know in the comments.
Nah, for real. They're not for
If you want to talk about mandates, let's make some healthy mandates. Everybody needs to get outside for 30 minutes a day. Everybody needs to have, by the end of the 7-day work week, at least 5 hours of workout time.
I mean, social media, social media shut off on certain hours of
right.
the day.
Like, shit, you want to talk about mandates? Shit, let's make them some positive ones.
Mandates that actually help people instead of hinder them.
Oh, God.
Or get them fired from their job.
Oh, God.
Or get them sick because, never mind.
Or make them dependent on drugs and foods and
or medical services,
other things that don't really help them and only pull from their money.
Man, it's effed up. It's effed up what be going on out here.
It is sick, man. It's an endless pipeline they feed us through here. But let's transition into this next video here, guys. Interesting story we have. We're going to kind of transition in conspiracy hour, the conspiracy segment, a little bit earlier tonight. Got an interesting story here. You guys may have heard of it. Popular Netflix documentary. It's called The Octopus Murders. Journalist, was uncovering some deep networks, some deep-seated conspiracy.
The octopus and all that good stuff. And we got a special award for our members. If you guys help us get to this 50 super chat goal, we will go ahead and have a watch party in the Discord with the Netflix original version of it just for y'all. Shout out to the members. Make sure you help us get to our goal and let us know that you're interested in the content to keep the stream going. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's do it.
Now, before we get started, we want to give a quick thank you to our sponsor, Babbel. One of the biggest setbacks in some of our Babbel is one of the top language skills to understand audio. Jour.
All right.
On Sunday, August 10th, 1991, in the sleepy town of Martinsburg, West Virginia, a housekeeper entered room 517 of the Sheraton Hotel. Upon knocking and receiving no response, the housekeeper entered the room and, wondering where the occupant of the room was, peered past the open door of the bathroom. There, she found smears of blood on the floor. After calling for support in a panic, another maid entered the room, and there in the bathroom, they found the body of Danny Casolaro. If anything happens to me, don't believe it's an accident. According to various sources, this was one of the last things investigative journalist Danny Casolaro had told his brother before he left for West Virginia to chase a lead. Danny's death was tentatively ruled a suicide, but it wasn't long before reports started coming out speculating that Casolaro was murdered and that the case that he had been working on was what got him killed. But as the theories of murder and cover-up grew more and more apparent, two questions became clear. Who was Danny Casolaro, and why do people think his research is what led to his demise?
Okay.
Born in 1947 as the second of 6 children to an Italian family, Daniel, or Danny Casolaro, was known by his friends and family as the ultimate nice guy with few serious worries. His father, Joe, was well off, being a successful physician and having provided what was seen as a very good life in their hometown of McLean, Virginia. Danny was said to have admired his father, but didn't want to follow in his footsteps. He never took an interest in medicine or medical studies like his father, and to an extent could be called the black sheep of the family, although none of his relatives say that they saw him that way. Throughout childhood, Danny had mixed results in school, sometimes doing good and sometimes bad, but he managed to get by in high school and go to college. By the late 1960s, Danny was attending Providence College and spending most of his time with his soon-to-be wife, Terrell Pace, a fellow student. His friends all remember him favorably. They recall that he was sweet and trusting, the latter may be too much for his own good. He worked hard at staying fit, but certainly drank and pursued women more than he
And
needed.
if you want the more dramatized version of this, it's a really good story. Like I said, get us to that 50 super chats. We'll go ahead and transfer over to the Discord. We'll go ahead and play it all for the members, man. We got you.
Did too. By all accounts, Casolaro was living well. After leaving college, he had a kid. He was living in a $400,000 home in Fairfax City and had free reign to explore his different hobbies and lifestyles, the main one being
And shout outs joining in the scenery, man. Vince Foster, one of Hillary's first body bags. Whew, man. Shout out joining in the scenery. Coming off the hip already. Yo, joining in the scenery. Make sure to join that membership, man. You know, you can go ahead and, you know, like I said, we get it to 50 guys. We can go ahead and pop over there to the Discord. Oh, man, we're going to play this. We're going to play a way better version of this. Conspiracy for the way better version of this conspiracy or this story for you guys. Because it gets deeper, it exposes all the tentacles of the octopus, and I mean, it's I ain't gonna lie, it's deep. It's damn near a thriller just hearing the information.
writing. And so, Casolaro took his shot at it. Throughout his early career, Danny had written for various publications, although not many of them earning him the recognition he needed to be successful. His work, as varied as his interests, differed greatly throughout his life. According to his resume, he'd written several small passion.
And we got 31 super chats left. We got 31 super chats till we hit our goal. And for the members, we'll go ahead and head over onto the Discord and play that documentary for y'all. Until then, make sure y'all like the video and enjoy the stream.
Projects like his novel The Ice King, as well as scripts for different movies, also writing for various journals and magazines. But it wasn't until 1976 that Casolaro would establish his position at a company. A company named Computer Age Publications had taken Casolaro in as an associate editor, and in the following years, Danny would work his way up the company, becoming editor-in-chief and even becoming part owner. But even with his small success, Danny wasn't satisfied. He realized the meager pay he was writing for was no longer enough. He needed a new story, something he could lose himself in and dedicate himself to, with the promise of recognition and reward. And so, with that in mind, as well as some tax issues with the IRS, Danny sold a stake in the company that he'd been working for 13 years to pursue independent writing. Little did Danny know that the next case he would work on would consume the rest of his short life. While searching for a new gig and asking around for leads, a friend of Danny's pointed him in the direction of a new but growing scandal in the offices of the company INSLAW, or the Institute for Law and Social Research. And so, Danny decided to talk to the founder of the company, William Hamilton, to see what the story was all about. And over the course of a few talks, William Hamilton told Danny the following story. It was 1982, and INSLAW, Hamilton's information technology company, had just been awarded a contract worth nearly $10 million to develop and install their software on the Department of Justice's computers. Up until this point, the DOJ had been using old and outdated methods of tracking criminal cases, most of which were specific to each office, meaning large databases like that of the CIA, IRS, and Attorney General were expansive but could not be shared between offices. That's why William Hamilton developed PROMIS to counteract this problem. PROMIS, which stood for Prosecutors Management Information System, had the ability to access these databases and integrate them. With the press of a button, you'd be able to find out prior convictions, known associates, status of appeals, and virtually anything you wanted to know. It's safe to say that, at the time, PROMIS's potential was blinding, and the previously mentioned contract was supposed to mark the start of INSLAW's very profitable business ventures. Instead, what ensued was years of legal problems between the DOJ and INSLAW, arguments over who owned what version of the software, the DOJ withholding payment, and inslaw overcharging for their services. Hamilton bitterly explained that this contract, originally intended to pay inslaw $10 million, eventually drove them to bankruptcy. But this wasn't just a story about how the DOJ screwed over a technology company, although that was part of it. After suing the DOJ, a bankruptcy court ruled in inslaw's favor and basically claimed that the DOJ was purposefully trying to bankrupt inslaw. As Danny Casolaro was listening to the story, it seemed to intrigue him. After all, it was about software and computers, something Danny had spent the last decade writing about. But what pushed Danny over the edge was the fantastical claims told by another lead he'd found, a man named Michael Riconosciuto. Michael claimed,
and shout out Made in Texas, man. He said conspiracies aren't conspiracies anymore. It's looking a little too real nowadays. It's looking a little too
You know what we
real.
like to say over here at Saying Key Media. It's a conspiracy until it's proven true.
Man. And they call and you're crazy until you're right.
And later wrote in a sworn affidavit that the reason the DOJ wanted to bankrupt inslaw was to steal the promised software from them without having to pay. He claimed that he himself had been hired by a private security firm to modify the promised software so that it could be sold to other countries, as well as create a so-called backdoor that allowed the US to spy on any country that bought the software from them.
This story centers on incredible...
And if you didn't really catch that part, the whole thing about the software that they developed that was supposed to help the police, have a singular database that they can tap into. When they sold it to other countries, they also gained that country's database.
Yep.
And the other country's databases, and all came back to the maker.
So it was a system that they essentially sold to adversaries and enemies that had a built-in backdoor.
Yeah, man.
Something where we could enter at any time and see what they were doing, see what they were using it for.
And you want to know what an intelligence agency called it? It's pride and joy. And it's pride and joy.
What's that?
The Israeli intelligence service.
Dun, dun, dun.
Mossad.
Allegations of spying on a scale never before imagined. It involves America's Central Intelligence Agency selling computer programs to foreign nations. These programs allegedly allowed the CIA to spy on the intelligence agencies that bought it. And one of the purchasers was Australia. We've been
Canada as well.
Been able to track down 2 key witnesses to those dealings, witnesses who are now in fear of their lives.
Shortly after signing an affidavit revealing what he knew, Michael was swiftly arrested on drug charges and
shout out Seth. She said, like the live, subscribe to the channel. And thank you, Seth, for helping us also try to reach our goal.
Remained in prison for 26 years, only being released in 2017. Although Michael's lists of stories and accusations seemed unreal, and Danny, frankly, didn't believe in many of them.
All right, man. Like I said, we got 29 more super chats, so we'll go ahead and give you the Netflix breakdown over there on Discord side for the members. And like I said, this is a challenge for the members. Y'all do that for us, we'll do that for y'all.
It did supply Danny with an endless list of leads that he could follow. And so, just as he'd hoped for, Danny dove headfirst into the rabbit hole, becoming completely immersed in his research. By late 1990, it was said that Danny wouldn't talk about much else. He spent his days trying to make sense of the claims and theories that he'd been told, and even wanted to write a book detailing the elaborate conspiracy that he'd stumbled upon. In fact, Danny had even written a book proposal for a true crime narrative named Behold a Pale Horse. In his notes, he says it's supposed to be a series of articles and a book, all detailing the web of thugs and thieves who roam the earth. Now, he later changed the name to the Octopus, symbolizing the many interconnected tentacles or aspects of the conspiracy, but more importantly, he started focusing on a much wider picture of what he was researching. In a rough draft of the book, he writes, "This is the story of 8 men whose real-life impossible mission intrigues have dominated key events that span the globe for nearly half a century. They are the men who make up the Octopus." But what exactly was the Octopus? The big conspiracy that Danny had been researching for months, and that the previously mentioned inslaw affair was only part of. Well, according to Danny's notes, the Octopus was a small group of powerful men, mostly CIA operatives, that had banded together just after World War II. In his draft of the book, Danny had mentioned 8 men in particular, but it's unclear exactly which 8 men he meant. Danny theorized that the octopus was created as an
But if you tap into that Netflix, documentary, it gives us deeper details.
It does list some of the names, guys. So if you guys want to are interested in seeing that over in the Discord, make sure to help us reach our goal. 50 super chats. I think we're about 29 away.
Yep, 29.
And we'll go over here and transfer to the Discord and run that watch party, man. We appreciate the support, but let's keep it going.
communist response to one of their own spies defecting to the Soviet Union. And ever since, the small team had been working for their own personal gain through assassinations, arms sales, coups, international drug trafficking, and much more. Danny believed that, in the late 1970s, when Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan were campaigning to be the next president, and Iran had taken American diplomats hostage at the U.S. Embassy, that people in the Octopus had struck a deal with Iran to delay the release of the hostages until after Reagan had been elected, so that Jimmy Carter couldn't take any credit for their release. In return, the U.S. would covertly break the arms embargo against Iran. And so, only minutes after Reagan had concluded his inaugural speech, the American hostages were sent home. The American Congress, of course, denies this theory, but several high-ranking individuals, including the Iranian president at the time, as well as a naval officer and U.S. National Security Council member, maintain the accusation. Danny also believed that, a few years later, while the war in Nicaragua between the anti-communist Contras and the pro-socialist Sandinistas was raging on, the U.S. had illegally funded the Contras in various ways. At first, U.S. support and aid for the Contras was very publicly known, but when Congress had signed legislation to stop this aid, the CIA had found different, more hidden ways to fund them. Danny believed that, in simple...
And shout out Seth, calling out Chad C. Since you so smart, come tomorrow, call in. Yep, the calling's gonna be tomorrow, guys. It's gonna be hopefully it's gonna be a good one. So make sure all our supporters show up, all the members show up.
Oh no, it will be a good one, man. Call in show tomorrow, man. Members, y'all know what's up. Priority on the call-ins. Perfect. Make sure to queue yourselves in for tomorrow's call-in. It's gonna be probably around 9 or 10. It's gonna be a fire show. Let's continue on. But yes, call-in show tomorrow, man. Do not miss out.
And shout out Seth. We got 28 more super chats till we hit our goal. We can go ahead and give y'all that watch party.
Simple terms, the CIA and people in the Octopus's circles were selling drugs and weapons to Iran and using some of the funds to secretly help arm the Contras in Nicaragua.
And now don't let Steph do all the work, guys. Shoot.
Danny's Octopus conspiracy went much further than just these few scandals, but covering them all would take hours. So let's continue with the story. Danny had been researching the Octopus for nearly a year at this point, but he was starting to run into some problems. For one, Danny was having financial troubles. A few days before his death, he met with a real estate agent to try and sell some of his property to get income and continue working on his research. One of the people who had talked to Danny in his last days claimed that he spoke of an apparent deal with Time magazine to fund his research and give him an advance, but Time later denied having any contact with Danny. Other friends of Danny claimed that he emphasized the importance of the so-called advance that he was about to get, claiming that if he didn't get it, he would have to borrow money from his family again. Second was the claims that Danny was being told to back off from his research. Danny's brother Tony claims that he'd been getting threatening phone calls in the middle of the night for around 3 months now, and had allegedly been getting threats for looking into certain parts of his investigation, including the place where Michael Riconosciuto claimed he worked on modifying the Promise software in the Indio Reservation in California. Now, people who tried looking into exactly what was going on in that reservation were usually unwelcome, as accusations ranged all the way from arms manufacturing, suspicious casino activities, and ties to the CIA. In the 1980s, Fred Alvarez, a tribal leader at the time, was actively critical about the activities going on there, and not too long later was found murdered along with his 2 companions. Now, Danny Casolaro was investigating the same reservation and the same activities, making people around him nervous for his safety. Nevertheless, Danny kept pushing on. Danny's last days were strange.
And shout out that man, Danny Casolaro's balls. I mean, I'm not going to lie, bro had some courage, because literally he's picking up on a story that he's seen other people be executed for even asking questions about. Following a trail that seems to be fatal.
Man, pause. And by the way, but it is pretty brave what this man went on. Like, bro, to actually sit there, know you're dealing with people who honestly could
have the
you.
power, influence,
and you're still pressing on this. You're still investigating. You're still reaching out,
all for the sake of
talking to the
journalism.
people that they don't want you to talk to.
All for the sake of journalism.
For the sake of the truth.
Shout out.
And how we get rewarded? By getting cut up in his own damn tub.
Goddamn.
To the people who knew him.
My bad. The
On
Sheraton.
August 5th, 1991, 5 days before he would be found dead, Danny called one of his friends, a retired officer, and told him about the apparent Time magazine collaboration. This day was also when Danny had told his brother about the threatening phone calls that he was getting in the middle of the night, and peculiarly, Danny had also met with an MSNBC reporter and told her, quote, "I just broke the inslaw case and you can have it." The next day, according to one of his friends, Danny seemed enthusiastic and in very good spirits because of a source he had obtained in West Virginia. He had been digging into stuff for months and getting nowhere. Then suddenly, he said he had this big breakthrough, some source he had. He left for Martinsburg, West Virginia to meet with his source that day. August 7th, Danny had shown his friend an outline for his book and said that he was getting frustrated with the current agent he had, as he hadn't been able to sell it for the past year. August 8th, Danny went to pay the insurance policy on his house. He also checked into room 517 at the Sheraton Hotel in Martinsburg, West Virginia. Later that night, Danny told the man staying next door to his that he was waiting for an important source, someone that would give him groundbreaking information for his case. But, as the time came and went, nobody showed up, and Danny ended up staying in the bar for the rest of the night. The next day, Danny met with an informant in the parking lot of the hotel, assuming his room was bugged. The informant, Bill Turner, later said that he seemed happy and was smiling. Later that day, Danny went to the Stone Crab Inn and paid with a credit card. The bartender remembers thinking Danny looked lonely or introspective. After leaving the inn, Danny made a phone call to his mother's house, saying that he would probably be late for dinner and not to wait for him. This wasn't unlike Danny's usual behavior, as he was sort of known to always be late or not show up to places. The last time anyone saw Danny Casolaro alive was that night at 10 p.m., walking back to his hotel with a cup of coffee he'd gotten from a nearby convenience store. The same day, back in Fairfax, Danny's housekeeper Olga claimed to have picked up 5 calls at Danny's house. The first at about 9 a.m., she claims to have heard a man on the phone say, "I will cut his body and throw it to the sharks." Around half an hour later, another one saying, "Drop dead." The rest of the calls that day, Olga remembers as either only radio music or silence. For the past few days, William Hamilton, the founder of Inslaw that met with Danny at the start of the video, had been trying to contact him and was starting to get worried. They would usually talk every few days, but it wasn't like Danny to ignore or not pick up Hamilton's calls. It wasn't just him though. The MSNBC reporter that Danny had talked to a few days earlier had also started getting worried. She dropped by his house in Fairfax and, finding that it was empty, left a note. Lo and behold, at 12:30 p.m. the following day, August 10, 1991, a maid at the Sheraton Hotel where Danny was staying pushed open the door to his room after receiving no response. Upon seeing blood on the floor, she called for the housekeeper of the hotel, Barbara Bittinger. Barbara, upon slowly pushing open the bathroom door, saw blood and blood only. From where she had opened the door, she couldn't really see the bathtub or what was in it, but upon cautiously creeping forward, she saw 2 white knees sticking out of the bathtub. This was enough for her to pull back. Within minutes, police and paramedics had arrived. But by the time they'd taken a quick look at the scene, it was pretty obvious, at least to them, that this was a suicide. His feet were facing the faucet, his wrists had been cut, and there were 2 empty plastic bags floating in the bathtub water. There was blood on the bathroom floor, the tile around the tub, and the toilet seat, but nowhere other than the bathroom. Upon lifting his body out of the tub, they found a beer can, a coaster, and a razor under him. There had even been a note written in pen, and while most sources disagree on what was exactly written, it was something along the lines of, "To my loved ones, please forgive me, most especially my son, and be understanding. God will let me in." Looking around the hotel room, police found all of Casolaro's belongings intact, nothing to indicate someone had rummaged through the room. At this point, the police or paramedics didn't know who Danny was or what he was researching, and understandably so. But that meant when the body was taken to a funeral home and examined, they quickly established that Danny had died because of blood loss resulting from self-inflicted wounds. The body seemed to be in good health, other than the cuts that were on the man's wrists. and except for a small bruise on his left arm, there were no obvious signs of struggle on his body. So, almost without a second thought, police and nurses considered the case closed, and that's why the undertaker at the funeral home, without receiving permission, embalmed the body. The practice of embalming usually involves removing all bodily fluids before injecting chemicals to try and preserve the body, but it also
did
limits
that
the
before
accuracy of an
family
autopsy.
even knew about
Not
it.
to mention that Danny's family weren't notified before the embalming, which is illegal in West Virginia. In fact, at this point, Danny's family
that
hadn't been notified at all that he was dead. It was only the following Monday, 2 days later, that Danny's brother Tony was informed of the loss. Apparently, the Martinsburg police had called the Fairfax police to notify the family, but for some reason, they just didn't. Nevertheless, upon hearing that his brother had died, Tony informed the police of his brother's research into the Octopus case and asked if any of his papers or notes were in the hotel room. They weren't.
That man, Tony's brother, went on a whole campaign over that. He was like, pretty much, he just said, look, my brother even told me if anything happened to him, don't believe it.
Said it to any reporter or journalist who had asked him.
Yeah,
he had said it multiple times on multiple news media outlets. Like,
yeah,
look,
dude made a media run over it.
Yeah, my brother told me if anything ever happens to him, he didn't do it himself.
Weren't. He was also informed that they weren't going.
Make sure y'all support the video to show y'all interest and to help us reach our goal, man. We appreciate the support here. And if not, go ahead and double tap that screen, like the video, or hit the 3 dots up there. Appreciate the support, guys.
Going to do an autopsy because of the obvious cause of death. A little agitated because the police took so long to contact him, Tony called a medical examiner and demanded that an autopsy be done, at which point it was scheduled for the coming Wednesday, another 2 days. Tony was also surprised to hear that the undertaker had embalmed the body without notifying him at all, and as a doctor himself, Tony knew that this would impede the autopsy. Nevertheless, an autopsy was conducted on Danny's already embalmed body. The medical examiner confirmed that the cause of death was indeed blood loss from self-inflicted wounds, and that he didn't have any other bruises or contusions, other than the one on his right arm we mentioned earlier. The examiner doing this autopsy said that the bruise was several days old, and probably wasn't related to the death. They established that the time of death must have been just a few hours before he was found, as rigor mortis was just starting to set in. Something that was of particular curiosity, though, was if there was any substances in Danny's blood. However, upon toxicology tests, only trace amounts of drugs were found, a little hydrocodone, probably from the Vicodin bottle that was found in his hotel room. Later, it was found that he'd been prescribed Vicodin for root canal pain a few years earlier. A little Tylenol was also found, as well as trace amounts of antidepressant. But it was concluded that nothing found in Danny's body was enough to incapacitate him, and certainly not enough to knock him unconscious. The autopsy also found that Danny had an undiagnosed case of multiple sclerosis, a chronic disease that affects the nervous system, so things like muscle weakness, tingling, and problems with coordination and balance. It's unknown whether he knew he had MS or not. Danny's suicide note was also sent to handwriting experts who confirmed it matches with other samples of Danny's handwriting. But upon realizing the results of the proper autopsy, articles, calls, and pretty much everyone who knew about the case were skeptical. Some even claimed to know where the killer or killers were. But it wasn't just random people who came up with their own theories. Knowledge about strange events had also started circulating at the time. Apparently, Danny had been researching the strange death of another man who died a few months earlier, and theories started emerging that their deaths might have been linked. Others theorized that maybe the undertaker that embalmed Danny's body did it on purpose as a CIA puppet. As many theories as there are, it'd be hard to go through all of them in this video, so let's focus on the arguments for and against Danny's suicide. Well, the arguments for suicide are obvious. Danny's body was found in a bathtub with apparent self-inflicted wounds, and there was a note that matched Danny's handwriting. There were also no drugs in his system that would have incapacitated him. Some have even asserted that Danny's money problems might have had a role to play in his death. As we mentioned earlier, he was trying to sell parts of his land to make some more money, and his friends had even thought that this idea that he was going to publish a book about the octopus and get an advance from Time magazine was unrealistic. Maybe Danny had overcome his obsession with the octopus and realized that what he'd been working on for a year wasn't going to give him the fame and money he needed, and he became depressed. It's hard to think of an exact scenario. Some have said that maybe Danny knew that he had MS, and that was enough for him to end his life. But while Danny did complain of things like numbness and pressure in his limbs, he never, in his life, mentioned multiple sclerosis to anyone, friends or family. It's likely that he didn't know about it, but does that make it more or less likely that it was a cause for his suicide? It's up for interpretation. Although the case for suicide seems pretty strong, there are segments of the story that can only support the case for murder. Throughout Danny's life and death, his family and friends all maintained the idea that Danny did not indicate in any way that he was thinking of suicide. They claimed that he was not exhibiting any behaviors that would make them think he was going to end his own life. One of which being the fact that he was still planning for the future. Danny was putting down payments on his house, and his notes revealed that he was even planning a summer barbecue cookout for his friends once the advance hit his account. If the issue plaguing his mind was financial, his family had stated already that they were willing to support him with money. It wasn't as if he had nowhere else to turn. Another piece of Danny's personality that was made clear by many of his friends was the strange way that Danny had decided to commit suicide. According to them, Danny hated the sight of blood, including his own. People close to him believed taking his own life in such a violent and bloody way was well out of the question for Danny. Another aspect of the supposed suicide is that Danny...
When you consider the fact that his tendons were severed when they found him, like, and if you know anything about how your wrists work, you have no mobility or use of your wrists after those tendons are severed. So for him to be able to cut one wrist and then cut the other, if he had cut deep enough to sever
multiple
these tendons,
times,
it doesn't make any sense. It isn't feasible.
Like
it literally is not possible.
It's kind of like somebody's looked at, whoever did it would just like hit the blunt, like, you know what, they'll buy it.
Oh God,
they'll buy it.
They bought crazier. Fuck it. That's what happened.
It is what it is. Lazy job. It happens.
Actually, take his handprint and like smear it on the wall. It adds authenticity.
It's like, wait, but why? Like, bro, like, don't you think they're ever gonna question the fact that, like, hey, but how do you start cutting around if he got one of his other tendons?
Fuck it.
I mean, wait, but how do you cut the other hand? It doesn't matter, bro. They're not gonna ask that question.
Fuck it.
They're just gonna rule suicide, okay?
That's what we said it was, and that's what they're gonna eat it up as. Suicide, bro. We're CIA. I mean, allegedly.
Like, man, you know who he is.
Danny's arms showed no sign of what experts call hesitation marks, which are usually smaller marks that someone will make in hesitation before they take their own life. For Danny to commit immediately to taking his own life in this very bloody manner without any evidence of hesitation marks was something that struck those around him as odd. One of the most distinct pieces of evidence used by those who support the case for murder is the continuous anonymous phone calls Danny was getting in the days leading up to his death. These phone calls would usually be answered by his housekeeper, Olga, who was an older woman who spoke limited English. She had been Danny's housekeeper at his West Virginia home for nearly 10 years and had developed a close, caring relationship with Danny. Oftentimes, when Danny was not home, which these days had become more often than not due to his relentless chase of the story, she would answer any calls he received at his home and note any messages left for him. Although, on Friday, August 10th, Olga recalls receiving at least 5 anonymous phone calls at Danny's house. She states that the calls were all unsettling, ranging from anonymous men making direct threats on Danny's life to minutes of eerie silence. Danny's residence wasn't the only one receiving anonymous phone calls, as the Village Voice newspaper also states that on August 11th, the day after Danny was found dead, they received an anonymous tip to look into the disappearance of a reporter investigating the October surprise in West Virginia. Now, the nature of Danny's work was sensitive, as many of his colleagues and leads had told him that what he was investigating was dangerous. As mentioned earlier, Danny had begun looking into the dealings taking place at the Indio Reservation, an investigation that had taken lives in the past. Even 5 days before his death, Danny was warned by his colleague Riconosciuto that the information he was trying to look for would be dangerous to acquire. That's why, when Danny was found dead, one of the questions his brother asked when they found him was whether his notes were found in the hotel room. Sure enough, Danny's notes were missing, and even after searching Interstate 81 with a police dog, Danny's notes were never found. Many use this as another piece of evidence to back the murder claim, since even his wallet and all other belongings were found in the room. The only thing missing was arguably the most important thing, his work.
Damning evidence.
In the aftermath of the case, as you can expect, several agencies and organizations were pushed to do an investigation about the death. The House Judiciary Committee, which had already started an investigation about the inslaw case, then expanded their investigation to include Danny's death. The Martinsburg police also reopened and conducted a more intensive investigation, as well as various West Virginia authorities. But 2 years after his death, a review of the Danny Casolaro affair was ordered to see whether it was worth opening a federal investigation into the matter. The results of the review are as follows.
Narrating is killing me.
Danny Casolaro committed suicide. There is no evidence suggesting that he was the victim of a homicide.
And all right, yeah, see, we do understand her narrating is kind of
a little bit slow.
Not the best. Probably should have sped it up, no cap.
Honestly, that might have been a little bit better. But I mean, it's what, a couple more minutes. Let's finish this out real quick.
Nor is there any evidence of corruption or wrongdoing regarding the handling of his body or the autopsy. The report goes on to
the Netflix documentary, like, it's
way
20 times.
Way better.
20
It's
times.
cinematic. It has like a, like a movie kind of feel to it.
Oh, God.
claim that Danny's life was.
So get us to that 50 super chats. We'll go ahead and get that documentary to y'all, man. We appreciate the support, guys.
Way more entertaining.
Deteriorating rapidly when he decided to end it. They agree that his financial situation alone couldn't be the sole reason, but his, quote, serious, disabling, and progressively worsening disease was. In fact, in the report, they put a lot of emphasis on the multiple sclerosis that Danny was found to have had, even though people who knew him say that it's unlikely he even knew about it. Their last claim is that, by trying to leave behind subtle clues that he may have been killed, Danny might have hoped to achieve the notoriety and fame that he couldn't when he was alive. Danny Casolaro's case has confused all who try to investigate it. From a life fraught with conspiracy to a death shrouded in mystery, Danny's life, death, and work are hopelessly entangled in one of the largest and most complex conspiracies in modern American history.
Shout out Danny Casolaro, man. Brave, courageous journalist, scared to do what many others were scared to do and chase the story and storyline that ultimately cost him his life.
I mean, man, I swear that did no justice to the actual story. The actual story is a whole lot more interesting and deeper than that monotone young lady made it out to be.
Yeah, she did her best. But guys, if you found that story interesting, if it intrigued you at all, make sure to help us hit our goal tonight so we could go ahead and transfer over to the
functional long-term relationship.
For the Netflix version. Like I said, a lot more cinematic, a lot more entertaining. You guys will get the full picture and a way better presentation, if I'm honest. So help us hit our goal. We're going to transition over here into this Benny Johnson. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. We're really still just getting started, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen for your boys, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. We gonna keep it going, man.
And shout out to, well, I guess to the FBI. Shout out to the FBI for letting a reporter enter the home of the New Orleans terrorists.
Oh, God.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do it. Cheers tonight, guys. Cheers.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Anybody who's been in a functional long-term relationship knows that trust is a cornerstone of every working relationship, whether it be somebody you're in business with or somebody who collects your garbage or your attorney or your wife. You must be able to trust them and know that they're being honest with you when they speak to you. The lies that have been told to the American public via our intelligence agencies and federal law enforcement have become so onerous and so deceptive, so utterly prima facie embarrassing, so provably, demonstrably wrong that everything that the feds put out these days is comes with a tinge of I don't believe you, right? And there's something very strange that has happened over the past couple of days here to kick off 2025. We're going to go through some of the oddities that has really taken the internet by storm, including but not limited to the FBI just completely leaving the crime scene wide open in Houston, Texas, where the ISIS attacker who rammed into and killed 15 Americans on New Year's Eve was living.
We'll get into it.
I'm going to show you a video that's going to blow your mind. But they're telling us there's nothing to see here. And anybody who's paying attention on New Year's knows that, well, everyone was acting alone, right? As Charlie Kirk says here. Everyone was acting alone, except for the fact that 2 suspects attacked on the same day, rented their cars from the same company, and served in the same military base. Got it. Sure. Yeah. Sure are a lot of coincidences here, says Elon Musk. There certainly are. I have personally called for the prosecution of anybody who was redirected from the FBI counterterrorism unit and sent to Washington, D.C. to hunt peaceful January 6th protesters. You want to know why terrorists are able to run and rummage and ram through our country? Well, it's because the Biden federal law enforcement agents were far more focused on locking up their political enemies than they were on stopping ISIS. New Orleans terrorist is a guy who blew up the Tesla truck, had both served at the same army base. Given what we know about the history of sadistic government programs in our military, this brings more questions than answers, says Candace Owens. Ladies and gentlemen, there have been some really strange happenings here. The Cybertruck incident, terrorist attack, right, on the Trump Hotel. That guy was like a 20 years special forces operator. Why did he rig such a pathetic bomb? I mean, even his own family's out saying he was a Trump supporter. This makes no sense. He shot himself before the bomb went off.
I mean, a Green Beret, I mean, you would think he'd be able to make C4 or find a way to get C4.
Bro, he had the knowledge to make a much more complex and civilized bomb.
Yeah, to where, I mean, he could have blew the whole at least down the first floor away.
That's why the argument of
him trying to hurt
in the
people,
trunk, it having like what, just
fireworks,
like gas and fireworks.
Yeah, it was meant to look more like a spectacle than an actual threat.
Come on.
And then they said one died. Well, he's the only person who died.
Some people were injured, I guess, but no other fatalities or casualties.
Again, this makes absolutely no sense.
Honestly,
the FBI didn't know about the terrorist attacker in New Orleans, even though he declared himself a member of ISIS online, did it publicly, and he wasn't on the FBI's radar at all. What's broken here? And then lo and behold, right in the middle of all this, the FBI drops a new batch of documents and videos for the pipe bomber in Washington, D.C. Okay, just in time, right? It's just in time. While everybody is focused on other terrorist attacks, the FBI reminds us that they haven't solved this terrorist attack. And yes, this is actually absolutely a terrorist attack. This individual, who I firmly believe is a Fed, working with federal agents, clearly, and that's why he hasn't been caught, even though he's leaving DNA everywhere, ubiquitous on multiple video cameras and on his cell phone. The only cell phone that the FBI can't tap and doesn't have any of the information for. It was corrupted, you see. Yeah, okay. Even the cell phone companies came out and said that that's not true. Anyway, seems like the FBI is not really interested in gathering or procuring evidence when it is right in front of their faces. Although when it's a Lego Capitol building in for January 6th, they go and they, of course, grab that up as evidence. This is like a famous case when there was like a guy who was like a peaceful protester on January 6th, and the feds raided his home and they confiscated a Lego set of the Capitol, saying that's evidence. All right. Well, you'd assume there'd be a lot of evidence that was snatched up by the FBI inside of the home of the, well, most successful ISIS terrorist attack in this country's recent history. But there isn't. In fact, the home is being toured by reporters who are freely able to go through and without gloves, or anything else, contaminate the entire crime scene. This is insanity. I don't think that the reporter is doing anything wrong here necessarily, but I think this is insane that a reporter is able to just wander through the ISIS terrorists' trailer, touching and showing you all of his things. The FBI has no interest in all of this evidence. Here we go. This is the video that has broken the internet.
Here inside the New Orleans terrorist home, you can see that it's been clearly destroyed, the door at least, from the FBI raid yesterday. But if we walk through the home, we see some signs of what he was up to. He had this work area here, lots of different chemicals splayed around, and different electronics. This is, again, a work setup. Left receipts, just very unkempt in here. If we go over here, actually, you can see the Department of Justice documents here, the search warrant, and the property that they recorded here. There seems to be a lot of chemicals. Again, just left in disarray. There's a bedroom back here, and his
And make sure to like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen as we get this insight into this man's house.
What appears to be his collection of religious materials, his Qurans, an open Quran with a passage there, as well as even the Bible here, but mostly books on Islam, and his prayer rug just to the left of me here. And if we go back, there's another bedroom here.
Doesn't make him a nicest extremist, though, does it?
Nope.
Nope.
Not necessarily.
You can see he left all these belongings, contact lenses, personal belongings.
But the chemicals and all the other good stuff, possibly.
I mean,
let's be real.
I guess that just makes him curious.
I just don't like how they try to frame it.
Chemist.
I don't like how they try to frame it in the beginning. Like, oh, well, you see, he has the, oh, you know, he's a Muslim. You see, he got the prayer rug.
Well, it's the ISIS flag that they found with the back of the truck. In the back of the truck, that really makes that connection.
I hope they're not trying to rebuild this new fear of Muslims that we had like after 9/11.
Well, it doesn't help.
Yeah.
His bathroom. This seems to be some sort of workspace again with other chemicals here. The light's still on. Some kind of station set up here. We're not really sure what that was for. In what we can assume was also a bedroom. You can see clothes left here, and just a sign that someone was here up until those last few moments when neighbors said he left just before the New Year's holiday, saying he was done with his lease. It was up and he was on his way to New Orleans where he would live there. Didn't take any furniture because he said his new home would be furnished. That's all we know so far.
So a New York Post reporter is able to just wander through the crime scene, showing lists of evidence and contaminants and chemicals for the entire world to see of the most deadly ISIS terrorist in recent memory attacking the country. Bang up job. Everybody's saying the same thing to in response to this video, which is how do you have access to this? Why is this not sealed off? The FBI literally seized a capital Lego set from a J6 defendant, but they left a Quran open to the passage of martyrdom next to the bomb-making station of the terrorist department. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Lego set.
So you just showed a list of chemicals a New Orleans person used. Okay, yeah. Why were you?
They went through the first lady's penny drawer.
That's a great point.
But
the DOJ was not playing.
Yeah, but they played with this man a little bit.
They let her just walk up and through there, waltz through the house, show off evidence, and
like, oh, look what we did. Look what we did. I'm like
it was nothing.
Why are y'all showcasing y'all doing y'all job?
Like it was literally nothing. But like they said, yeah, the FBI literally confiscated a Lego set.
Yeah, Legos.
Like, bro, what?
Man. Given this much access 2 days after the event, why wasn't this sealed off in an active investigation? This does not pass the smell test. Seems like a total setup where there needs to be more explanation for how the media was given such quick access. It really doesn't seem like very interesting to leave no stone unturned uncovering the truth. Wouldn't it take a day of fingerprinting the entire house? We're supposed to believe this is a legitimate investigation while they're letting this bimbo reporter get DNA all over a crime scene. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, the corporate media can't even do psyops anymore. All right. The FBI behaving this way would make you think that they don't believe Trump will ever take office. Yeah, I mean, the major takeaway here is if they were conducting a legitimate investigation and wanted to find every single lead, why would they just leave this guy's entire residence open? Why wouldn't they? What's going to happen to all this stuff? At the very least, like you could like take it and destroy it so that nobody else could like come in and use it. Are you sure that there's nothing dangerous in there? I mean, there seems to be quite a bit of evidence in there. It's like she's saying, like you have credit cards sitting. You use credit cards sitting there. This is insane.
Shout out Seth. She said, "Bless you, Seth." I appreciate that. Appreciate you guys.
The FBI wanted us to know something. I mean, that's what's crazy. It seems completely staged. It seems like the FBI wanted us to know something. A chilling passage in his home. The Quran was open to a verse about martyrdom. Open to a passage reading, "They fight in Allah's cause."
And shout out Seth. We're only 27 super chats away from our goal and from go ahead and giving you guys that watch party, man. Y'all gonna love it. You know what? Just to tease it a bit, why not? Just to just to tease it a bit, we're gonna go ahead and show you guys the trailer, and then we're gonna get right back to this. See him, man. Go ahead and super chat in. We'll go ahead and throw that in the Discord for y'all, man. And if you are not a member, go ahead and join the membership, man. Just for $3 to $5 a month. Go ahead and join the membership. Get you in the Discord. You can also enjoy the perks of being a member here at S.E.T Media. So, like I said, members, go ahead and get us to that 50 super chats. We'll go ahead and play this for you guys. And we'll be right back to it. Don't worry. Great trailer.
The slay and are slain. They slay and are slain. A promise binding. Okay. There you go. What the hell is this? Like, so hold on. Why don't we have any photos of Matthew Crooks's room? Matthew Crooks tried to start a civil war. Probably one of the most significant criminals of our time. And we don't have any photos of him. We know nothing about Matthew Crooks at all.
Nothing.
The guy who shot President Trump and killed a man at a rally in Butler. We know nothing. We have no photos of his room. We have no images of anything he was reading or anything he was doing. Look at all this. Look at everything that they left here. This is crazy. You have electronics sitting here. You have some type of small chemical, like I don't know exactly what it is, and I don't try to assume anything here. But this guy went and just slaughtered a bunch of people and injured slaughtered 15 people, injured 20 some more, and they just like barge in, grab a few things, and leave. This is completely bonkers. A reporter and a camera crew are just walking through the trailer of the New Orleans terrorists after the crime. How is this real? Again, why didn't we have any of this information about Matthew Thomas Crooks or the Ryan Routh?
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, we did a deep dive into these guys, but we didn't do the same deep dive into the other two.
Yeah,
like Thomas Crooks and Ryan Routh. All right, Thomas Crook we didn't touch at all, but Ryan Routh we did kind of like a surface level look into, and then these guys were doing a deep dive all of a sudden.
Yeah, very true. I mean, it does beg the question: why? Why specifically with these two guys, specifically with these two instances, are we kind of paying more attention than we had to the other two instances?
Yeah, well, now that you say that, I am wondering what is that? Like, damn, what is it? What is that variable
highlighting this?
Yeah, what is a variable that make these guys more highlightable or more investigatable or whatever? I'm sorry, that's not really a word, but what makes them look into this guy more than the rest of them?
Trying to stress the magnitude of this.
Yeah,
to really sell it.
Like, what are they trying to sell the ISIS shit again? Are they like, what are they trying?
What angle are they trying to lead the masses down here?
Yeah, because they're giving us the insight on this guy, but they want to give us the insight on Thomas Crooks. Really? Okay.
Who shot Trump?
Make sure y'all like the video, guys. Go and double tap that screen for us.
Tried to shoot Trump at his golf course. This is the photo of the trailer from the outside. The media obviously have been camped out there for a while inside the rundown trailer park where the New Orleans terrorist Jabbar lived with goats, chickens, and sheep after the army and his life spiraled into debt and 2 divorces. Oh, there you go. That's the trailer. They raided his trailer. And now the media can just, I guess, wander through and take souvenirs. I don't know, man. Seems insane. Seems insane. Again, why are you given this much access 2 days after the event? Why wasn't this sealed off as part of an active investigation? There needs to be more of an explanation than the media is giving such quick access.
Very rare.
This is one of the biggest loads of crap. Sorry, but you should be smarter than this. You have a handler, whoever put you up to this. No one should be permitted to access a mass murderer terrorist house little more than a day after the event.
Literally.
They haven't even processed the crime scene yet. You certainly wouldn't find religious texts from an Islamic terrorist proudly displayed and conveniently open to this specific page. Seems like a psyop.
Damn.
What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? I think it seems very, very, very strange. And a lot of
they were trying to send a message through letting her in, like, oh, well, look at this. Look at this. What you mean? She just walked into there. How could they set up anything? I mean, his Quran just happened to be open to a certain page. Or
all very convenient.
Yeah, like they sound like they could have set up to look however they wanted to paint with however they wanted to the people. And I'm looking through it
And
right
let
now.
the
And
journalists in there at the last
and-
second just to kind of spread the message.
yeah, and this is often speculation because I'm looking at the guy's spot. I'm like, okay, I don't really see too much to like, be hinge on, really.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's just a regular house. It looks like.
Yeah, honestly,
the circumstances around here seemed very strange, and and then the FBI suddenly reigniting all the interest in the January 6th pipe bomber. Just be on high alert. Keep your head on a swivel. Don't live in fear, but keep your head on a swivel. Be smart.
Yep, you gotta be smart about this. All right, let's go ahead and finish the trailer, and then we're gonna go ahead and get into one of our conspiracies. And like I said, help us reach our goal. We'll go ahead and show this documentary right to you guys. No one at our last scene, he said, "Know what, man? We're gonna keep it going." He said, "Video in Discord, man." And hey, man, make sure you follow Vlasteen if you want to suggest the video. Just $10 and up. Yeah. So make sure to go ahead and help us reach our goal. We'll go ahead and show this to you. Shout out to y'all, man.
It's
Shout
about
out
a
to
year
y'all.
old, but it's still as relevant as ever, guys. If you were interested in seeing that, if you like the little trailer, the little documentary we briefly covered the situation on, I'm telling you guys, it's worth a watch. Me and Seth kind of tuned into a little bit earlier, had us both really involved in it. We'd love to pull that up for the members on Discord. Just make sure to help us hit our goal. I think we got 27 chats left.
Yep.
Shout out the members. Shout out the supporters. Let's keep it going.
Man, appreciate the support, guys. Now let's go ahead and honestly get to what Vlasteen sent in.
It's in history.
Yes. What? Huh. Interesting. All right.
About white people, and I want. Let me tell you what I learned about white people, and I want all other races to take this because it's been a lot of years since we had a good stereotype. A lot of stereotypes dumb, but this one right here, I did the research. White people love trail mix. Oh, they love it. Love it. Eat it every day. They love it.
Look at them and they're like, yes, I did have trail mix.
Got me eating it. Hate trail mix. Used to hate it. Black people don't like stuff without salt on it. We eating trail mix, it like I got too much nutrients in it. It's all these vitamins and minerals in this. I tell you, people, I live in a gated community. Black people don't judge me because they trick me. They trick me. White people trick me. Because on the brochure, it was real multicultural on the brochure. It had everybody on that brochure smiling like they lived over there. And it's just all white people and me. That's it. It's just white people and I. I need a sitcom. I need something. It's just us, me, and these white folks. Let me tell you something. White people will change you. You be thinking that you live around them and you're not going to be pleasant. White people don't play that. You live in their neighborhood and then they want to meet you. That's crazy, boy. That's how I found out it was all white people in my neighborhood because they want to meet you. See, I'm not accustomed to that. Let me tell you something. I'm from the projects. And in the projects, let me tell you what never happens in the projects. When you move into the projects, don't nobody come and greet you. Don't nobody say, hey, welcome to the project. Welcome to hell. Nobody do that. But when you in a gated community, these white people want to meet you. I'm sitting in my house minding my own business. Doorbell rang. I opened the door. 400 white people outside my door. I ain't gonna lie, I panicked. I slammed the door and called the police. They protesting. Who's protesting? All of them. And I'm so terrified when the police get there. I still got the chain on the door. I open the door. I say, what they say? They say they are not protesting. They're coming to greet you. I looked out there. White folks had baked goods and little baskets.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Don't trust them new.
I looked out there. White folks had baked goods and little baskets.
Don't trust them new niggas over there. Like, don't trust them new niggas.
I'm like, they want to be the brother. All right. What they do every morning, they get up and they walk around the community real fast. And I said, you know something? I'm going to get up in the morning and I'm going to speak to them white folks. So I get right, I'm ready. I'm going to get right there to the curb. I'm like, yeah, they're going to come around here in a minute real fast. 6:45, here they come. And
I'm weak. He said, shout out Fox Stage 93. He said, watch out, Saint Key Media. we're already introducing you to our music. It's a slippery slope. It starts with the music. Then we bring y'all gifts. Now we got y'all out here walking fast like us. He said, yeah, bro. He said, hey, I ain't gonna lie, it's damn near looking like y'all honorary members of the white community.
So I was looking at some trail mix like at work, and I was like, damn, that
why does that look so good?
It's like it's starting to look more appetizing day by day.
Oh God.
And then some of our rock suggestions, I'm starting to every time I hear a guitar, I'm starting to like do the head bang.
The head movements are just starting to become more natural,
And
more
it's like
flowing.
There's damn it, Key.
There's
Damn it.
something about it. It's a catchiness to it. It's like I can't help myself.
I feel like I gotta make it play the most ignorant trap music for at least 3 days straight at this point.
Just to straighten myself out.
Yelled out, hey, good morning, white people. Dude came right back, morning to you. I said, good, all right. He said, what you doing today? I said,
good
shit,
morning,
this
white
was
people.
it. I'm just gonna get up and speak to y'all and go back to sleep. That's wrong. 6:45 in the morning. Hell is wrong with you? He said, well, when you get up, you should go to the park. I said, what's happening at the park? He said, the dandelions are in bloom. And I was like, oh, okay, all right. So I ran in the house and Googled what a dandelion was, because my flower game is real weak. I'm real weak on my flower game. And some of this stuff you don't even know how to spell. You ain't know the dandelion. You don't even know how to spell it. You did put dandelion in it, a lion come up that's in a zoo. No, that's dandelion. I need dandelion.
That's Dan.
Help me. So I done got the dandelion in. So I end up in the park. I had never been in this park in the daytime before. I had only been in this park hustling. I had never been in this park. I had never seen the whole park. I was like, this is my little hustling spot. Look. So I'm in the park, minding my business, sitting down, looking at the dandelions. White man named Tim came and sat down next to me. He said, hey, how you doing? I said, I'm doing good. He said, you here for the dandelions? I said, I am here for the dandelions. He said, it's something very special about these dandelions. I say, what's that? He said, we sit here long enough, some red-chested robins come play in the dandelions. I said, you don't say. He said, I just said. So I'm sitting there, sun beating down on me. I'm looking at the dandelions. He asked me, he say, you hungry? I say, I could eat.
Oh, guys, chilling with some white people is like a mild shroom trip. It's like, let's just sit back and watch nature, my friend. It's like, bro, what? I guess.
I promise you, you will see something that you never thought you would see out here.
Like simplistic beauty. I'm like, bro,
red-chested robins will come and frolic in the dandelions. I mean, like, what are you talking about?
I don't know what.
Why am I interested?
Young God is like, I don't know what you're talking about, but you know, I'll play along.
Oh God,
seems harmless enough.
He say, you want some trail mix? I said, I would love some trail mix. So, sitting there eating trail mix. He had a tuna fish sandwich too. He said, you want half my tuna fish? I say, I would love half of your tuna fish. So we sitting there, so I know, eating the sandwich, eating tuna fish, and eating trail mix, and the sun beating down on me, and looking at the dandelions. And I knew it was working. This pleasantry was working on me, because I said, Tim, look, red-chested robins. And that's it. That's the end of the story. I just told y'all because I can't tell my friends. You know how this story sounded to my thug-ass friends? Hey, man, what you do today, man? I went to the park and looked at some dandelions, some red chips, robin, some trail mix, and half a tuna fish sandwich with a white man named Tim. What type of homosexual shit would you on?
I'm weak.
I didn't think it was homosexual when I was doing it.
So I said to myself, since in my neighborhood I'm getting all these tips on how to be pleasant, I'm gonna take some of these tips back to the hood. So I pull up in the hood, see my partner Nap. I say, hey Nap, come to the park with me. He say, hold up.
And shout out Steph traveling $2. She said, I'm always out watching the birds and Vlad. Shout out Steph.
Let me get my gun. I said, me don't need your gun. Man, just come on. We in the car riding. Said, man, we going to the park for. So we going to look at some dandelions. Say, what's a dandelion? Say, Google it on your phone. I saw him over there to my dandelion. So I just spelled the phone. Get to the park. Say, man, what a dandelion said. I said, he right there. Yeah, I'm a chill, cool. I don't like this, but I'm cool. I said, yeah, we chilling, gonna just sit here and watch a dandelion. I said, but it's something very interesting about these dandelions. I said, we sit here long enough, some red-chested robins are come playing them dandelion. You know what he said? Man, I'm gonna shoot one of them birds. I said, you can't shoot the birds. This is about being pleasant. Here you a trail mix, man. Just sit here. I don't need no damn trail mix. Now, we've been there for an hour. He looking at the dandelion, sun beating down on him, he got hungry. Cracked that trail mix open. Sitting there eating that trail mix. Yo, what's these little red things right here? I say them cranberries. Yeah, cranberries.
He done brought the homie out there, and as much as the homie don't want to admit it, he's like, God damn, this trail mix kind of hit, bro. What's this? What's this red shit in here? He said cranberries. He's like, God damn, I fuck with these cranberries, bro. I fuck with these cranberries, my nigga. I fuck with this trail mix.
So I knew it was working on it. Trail mix, the sun, dandelions. He eat trail mix, turned to me and said, Lee, look, red-chested robins. We riding home. He talking about the little trip. Yeah, man, that's cool, man. Dandelions. Trail mix, man. Cranberry. I'm gonna get some of that. Where you get that from? I said, man, them birds is beautiful, man. Them birds is beautiful. Pull up to the hood. He get out. Do you know he gonna lean back in my damn car? After I done had a good time with this boy, he gonna lean in the car. Say, man, let me tell you something. Don't you tell nobody I had a good time at that park.
So if you tell a single body I had a good time and enjoyed myself looking at birds, eating trail mix and kicking back out that park with you, bro, it's gonna be a tough time for you, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna have to smash you. No homo, I'm gonna have to really smash you for that, bro. Just keep this between me and you.
He walking off, and I saw him do like this. He said, yeah, man, red-chested robins.
That's a double toe.
And I'm just sitting there looking like
double heel click.
He don't know how pleasant that was. I have a daughter. She's a beautiful kid, but she's insane, very much insane. Cause see, she's a swimmer. Let me tell you that she's a swimmer, which is not a predominantly black sport. Let me tell you something. Because when you go to swimming, when you're a black parent, you go to swimming, they know that you're there because you're there. You just like a Oreo, you just out there. So my daughter's very arrogant now because she done won a lot of races. And you know, when we first started swimming, I used to think that the kids were saying little racist stuff about my baby because she would walk in and they were like, oh my God, they go to Black Seal. I was like, what? Don't be calling my baby no damn Black Seal. Then this white dude said, no, man, it means that she really fast. Got me out there rooting, go Black Seal, go Black Seal. But the problem with my daughter is this. I've been tracking this little white girl named Sarah Brown. Been tracking Sarah. I think Sarah's really fast. Know all the numbers, know all the tracking. My daughter's very arrogant. She don't even carry her stuff out the truck no more. She just get out the truck and just walk into the pool like I'm her assistant. I'm walking in with all her bags. So you couldn't hold the door or nothing? I'm walking in and I hear my daughter say something crazy to Sarah Brown. Say, hey, Sarah. Yeah, I know we gonna race, but I'll be out the pool dry by the time you finish. I'm listening. I'm like, woo. Got me all hyped. I'm walking in with all this stuff. Yeah, Sarah. Dry. You heard her dry, Sarah. I don't believe my daughter at all. Because I know this little white girl is for real.
Yo, and if y'all liking this video, man, make sure to like the video right now. Double tap the screen, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Shout out Vladstein for this video suggestion, man. I seen him come in the comments and say maybe we need a comedy hour. If y'all like the idea of something like that, man, go ahead and drop a 1 in the chat right now. Man, we appreciate the support. We're going to keep it going. This is hilarious, though. The animation adds to it, I swear to God.
Race happens. Race happens. My daughter lose the race. Come in second to Sarah Brown. Come up to me crying. Daddy, I lost the race. I'm like, hey, it's like that sometime, Black Seal. You was up against a great white.
I'm weak. Oh, that was the way to end it. I'm not gonna lie. That was fucking hilarious. Shout out Vladstein, man. That was funny. That was funny. Now we got the musical intermissions. Don't tell me we about to start the comedic intermissions as well. I'm down for it though. But shout out Fox Chase 93, says he has a video suggestion in the Discord he wants played as well. And I'll get that pulled up. No problem. No problem. Let's get that going right now, actually. Shout out Fox Chase and shout out Vladstein, man. And if you guys are enjoying the show tonight, man, we're going to keep it going. Make sure to drop a like. Super chat in as well. 10 or more. We'll go ahead and pull your video suggestion up. Pull your comment up at the top of the screen. Give you a shout out for supporting. And play your video out. Shout out Fox Chase. Let's get into it.
Today's story is going to be physically uncomfortable to listen to. And at the end of the story, I'm going to show you a video that is highly distressing. So viewer discretion is advised. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please encourage the like button to join the official Mr. Ballin Discord server, but secretly manipulate their account so that no matter how engaged they are on the server, they can't level up. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. At 4 a.m. on February 25th, 2022, a 36-year-old father of 3 named Christopher Boudram woke up inside of his modest home in Pointe-à-Pierre, which is a city on the Caribbean island of Trinidad and Tobago. After quietly getting out of his bed so as not to wake up his wife, who was still asleep, Christopher walked into the other room and did his typical morning exercise routine, and then afterward, he made himself some breakfast in the kitchen, and by 5:30 a.m., he was out his front door, into his car, making the commute to work. Christopher was a professional scuba diver, and he had been for over 10 years. Commercial diving is a very broad field to work in, but generally it meant that Christopher was paid to do various tasks underwater, things like inspections or welding or just moving equipment around. For the last 8 months, Christopher had been fortunate enough to be working for a company that was located just 2 minutes drive from his house. It was an oil and gas company called Perea Fuel. And Christopher's duties at Perea Fuel centered primarily on the upkeep and maintenance of several of these underwater pipelines that Perea Fuel used to get the oil off of their ships and onto land where it could be processed. These underwater pipelines, of which Perea had at least 6, were basically U-shaped. They had these 2 vertical sections on either end that would jut out of the water. And then connecting these 2 vertical sections was a 1,200-foot long section of pipe that ran along the seabed at roughly 60 feet below the surface. And so one of these vertical sections was out at sea, so 1,200 feet off the coast, and ships would literally come by this opening to the pipe that was out of the water, and they would dump their oil into this opening. The oil would go down, it would shoot across this long horizontal section, and then go up the other vertical section much closer to shore, where workers could collect the oil and bring it onto land to be processed. So on this particular day in February of 2022, when Christopher arrived at Korea Fuel, he was not surprised at all to find out that he and his diving colleagues would be doing some maintenance on one of these underwater pipelines. However, there was something unique about the particular pipeline they'd be working on. It was called berth number 6, and unlike the rest of Korea Fuel's underwater oil transport pipelines, this one had not been active since 2018. So for the past 4 years, it had just sat idle. Now, this was on purpose. For whatever reason, the company had decided not to use berth number 6, and so they put it into a sort of storage mode, where the vertical section of berth number 6 that was out at sea was untouched. It was still just poking out of the water, no changes. However, the other vertical section of berth number 6 that was closest to shore was first plugged up, like imagine putting a cork inside of a wine bottle. That's basically what they did to this vertical section, except they used this huge inflatable cork. Imagine like a huge pool toy. They basically jammed it inside of the vertical section, and then they inflated it so much that it was completely airtight inside of this pipe. And then once it was all plugged up, they submerged this section of the vertical pipe underwater, maybe 5 or 10 feet below the surface, to kind of keep it out of the way of all the ships that would be moving around close to shore. And then also what they did is they put something called a habitat on top of the opening of this now submerged vertical section of berth number 6. To understand it, you got to picture something else. Okay, so imagine you're in the bathtub and you have a bucket, and you flip it upside down above the surface, so there's nothing inside of the bucket, and you just take the bucket and push it straight down into the water. No matter how deep you push that bucket, as long as you don't rotate it to one side or the other and you just keep it steady, that air pocket inside of the bucket will remain. You can literally reach your hand under the bucket underwater and it will be dry. And so basically that's what this habitat was. Korea Fuel took a huge bucket, if you will, and they lowered it straight into the water and pressed it down and anchored it right above the opening to this submerged vertical section. So there was a permanent air pocket over the opening to this pipe. And the reason for this is because if they needed to do work on this pipe, like for example, today they wanted Christopher and his colleagues to make this pipe active again, which meant doing work on it, the divers could swim down, get inside of this habitat, stand on the little metal platform they put in there, and then they could take off all of their cumbersome diving equipment and just work on the pipe while breathing air. It was really kind of a luxury. And so after Christopher and the 4 other divers he'd be with that day got their instructions, to get berth number 6 active again, they began getting all their gear together and going over who would be responsible for what once they got down to the habitat. And then once they were all ready, they made their way out to the boat. The 4 other divers that Christopher would be working with that day were men he had worked with many times before and men he would consider his friends. Their names were Kazim Ali Jr., Yusuf Henry, Faisal Kurban, and Rishi Nagasar. Once their boat had moved just off the coast and had stopped kind of roughly over the area where below the surface was this submerged berth number 6 vertical pipe and the habitat, the divers hopped off the boat and they swam straight down. They went up and under the side of this habitat wall, and they entered into this breathable airspace right around the entrance to this pipe. And so they climbed up onto the platform, they took off all of their gear, and then once they were just in their wetsuits, they got to work. Now, the job was relatively straightforward. They just needed to basically pull a lever inside of the pipe that would then deflate the big inflatable plug that had been set inside of this pipe to seal it. However, when one of the divers reached down and began to pull on the lever, it was jammed. And so they needed a wrench to kind of free the lever. And so Kazim volunteered to go back to the surface and get a wrench because no one had one inside of the habitat. And so Kazim put his dive gear back on. He dove out from underneath this habitat, swam back to the surface. He talked to the folks on the boat. They handed him.
This sounds like a story I heard on 1,000 Ways to Die. Like, now I realize 1,000 Ways to Die. I don't know if y'all remember the old TV network. It was like Spike TV. Bro, 1,000 Ways to Die used to be one of the best shows they had running on there. But I swear I seen a similar story on there like this. set up the same exact way. It might be one of the few stories they had on there that actually had some true life foundation to it. But I swear this sounds eerily similar to a story I heard on 1,000 Ways to Die.
Him a wrench, and then he
shout out though, man. Like the video if you guys are enjoying the content, man. Double tap that screen for your boy.
Swam right back down, back inside of the habitat, and then once he poked himself back up, he handed the wrench up to the nearest diver. And that diver took the wrench, he turned back around to face the pipe, and he began fiddling with the lever, and eventually he freed it. However, the second this lever was activated, something horrific happened inside of that space. This is not a normal ad. I am not trying to get you to buy anything. It's been done to. We don't.
Actually, you know what's funny? Shout out Discord, man. Make sure to check out our exclusive Discord for the members. If you're not already in there, join our membership program. It can be found on our page. Make sure to check out our community tab for the link. Exclusive membership only videos. As well as access to the Discord, of course, priority on the call-in show. We just announced a winner for our AirPod 4 giveaway we had yesterday. Shout out to Reality Check. A lot of exclusive content and benefits for the members. If you're not already in there, make sure to check it out. You don't want to miss out. S.E.T Key Media, man, we're going to keep this thing going, man. But shout out the members, though, for sure.
We don't know exactly how this happened or what exactly could have been done to prevent it. But in short, the second that lever was activated, it began to deflate this big cork that had been plugging up this inactive pipeline for the past 4 years. And when that happened, it broke the seal, and suddenly all this low pressure air that was sitting in 1,200 feet of pipeline made contact with the extremely high pressure air that was inside of this habitat. And air likes to go from high pressure to low pressure. And so the second that seal was broken, the high pressure air in the habitat expanded down into the pipe. But this happened so quickly. It was almost instantaneous. It was almost like the pipe opening became the world's strongest vacuum, and it sucked everything inside of the habitat, all the air, all the equipment, all 5 men into the pipe. And it also began sucking in seawater. Basically everything was going in this pipe. And so these 5 men, they don't have their scuba gear on, went from just standing outside the pipe to feet first flying into this pipe with all of their heavy equipment all around them and there's seawater all over them. They're holding their breath. And so they get sucked down the vertical section. They turn the corner and they get rocketed out to sea. They are on the 1,200 foot long section, the horizontal section, just blazing a trail. Now think about this. All 5 of these guys have no idea what's happened. They're on a breath hold. They are shooting down a pipe. They can't see anything. The space inside of this pipe is so narrow. It's 2.5 feet across. And so they're getting compressed. Their shoulders can barely fit inside of this pipe. And so you got to figure that all of them are expecting to die. But eventually the pressure in this pipe did equalize, at which point this vacuum phenomenon stopped up at the habitat. And actually the habitat kind of refilled with air. And when that happened, all the seawater that was getting pulled into this pipe also stopped. So no more air.
Remember, guys, help us. Help us reach our goal. And we're going to go ahead and launch that watch party in the Discord for y'all. We're just at 23 right now, so appreciate the support, guys.
No more seawater is going into this pipe. It's kind of like whatever went into the pipe, that's what's down there. And when this equalization happened, these men, who by this point are on a several minute long breath hold, they eventually begin to slow down and come to a stop. And by some miracle, they came to stop in a section of this horizontal pipe that was not totally flat to the seabed. It was slightly elevated, which meant there was a small air pocket where they stopped. And so they come to a stop and they just start gasping for air. And then they begin yelling out to each other and they realize all 5 of them are alive. And they're all kind of roughly grouped together in this air pocket. And we know this because one of their cameras on their bodies was rolling when they were pulled into the pipe. And so we can't see anything because it's pitch black inside of this pipe, but we can hear them talking to each other once everything stops. And so over the course of this kind of chaotic initial volley of communication up and down the pipe, where again, these guys are on their backs, they can't move at all. They're completely kind of trapped in position. And even though they're in an air pocket, there is water kind of close to their face. And so they have this little area to breathe in. They're panicking, they're screaming at each other. But in this volley, they're able to figure out that Christopher was the closest to the way they had come into the pipe, meaning his head was closest to the vertical section closest to shore, and all 4 other men were right below him. And so Christopher knew if they were going to get out, their best chance was to backtrack, head towards the way they came in, which meant Christopher would have to lead them. And so Christopher kind of found it within himself. Again, we can hear him on audio, and he told the others to calm down and link their feet onto the person below them's shoulders. And so to do that, the only way these guys could move in this tight little pipe is just by pushing with their heels. And so painfully, slowly, these guys were very badly battered at this point. I mean, they came flying in here surrounded by all their heavy equipment crashing into them. Guys had broken bones. They were really badly beat up, but they finally make their way until they're all linked, feet under each other's shoulders. And then Christopher, in the lead, began kind of going in reverse, inching their way up the pipe back towards the way they came in. Now, the reason they felt strongly that they needed to act right away and not wait for rescue is because they didn't really understand how this had even happened. They didn't know if at any moment more water was going to pour into this pipe. They also understood that there was limited air, and at some point they would suffocate. And so with that in mind, they begin this journey. And right away, Christopher reaches the first flooded section of the pipe. Now, you have to understand, they have no idea how long this flooded section of pipe.
He said, that was so wrong, Vlad. Oh God, Vlad over here making fun of me when I was out in there fighting for my life. God damn it. But I'm just playing.
Shout out, Steph.
Hey man, appreciate the support, man. Shout out Steph, bringing us ever so much closer to our goal. Thank you, Steph. Thank you. And shout out to Fox Chase, Vlad, and the rest of y'all who've done super chatted in, man.
It is. And so once you start moving into this flooded section behind you, once you go underwater, you're either going to find another air pocket at some point, or you're going to drown. And so it would turn out that only Christopher and the guy right below him, Faisal, were willing and physically able to attempt this potential suicide mission. And so the others, they began panicking. The others who were not going to go, and they're screaming out for Christopher and Faisal not to leave them. You can hear it on audio. But Christopher and Faisal, they felt strongly that somebody has to go to the surface and get help. And so Christopher and Faisal, linked together, begin inching into this flooded section of pipe. Pitch black. They have no idea what's going to happen. They're slowly going under the water, and they just begin inching their way on a breath hold. And by some miracle, this first flooded section they entered into was not very long. And so both Christopher and Faisal were able to barely, coughing and gagging, get out the other side into yet another air pocket. And by an even bigger miracle, in that new air pocket, Christopher, above him, he managed to get one hand above his head. He felt scuba tanks, 2 of them. And he was able to take one of them and somehow force it past the side of his body down to Faisal. And so both men suddenly had an air tank. Now they had to kind of awkwardly pin the tank above their head. These tanks are not light. If you've not scuba dived, it's like pushing a pretty heavy weight. And they had the regulator, so the mouthpiece that actually gives you the air in their mouths, but they couldn't really hold the mouthpiece in place. It was this very awkward thing they were going to do, but this meant they could now enter much longer flooded sections of pipe and potentially make it out the other side. And so with their air tanks on top of their heads and their mouthpieces in their mouth, gripping down as hard as they can with their teeth, they continued to inch along with their heels, and they entered into more and more of these flooded sections of pipe. As they're doing this, they know they have a scuba tank, but they have no idea how much air is in these tanks. They can't see the gauge. And so it's kind of the same thing as going in on a breath hold. You don't know when you're going to run out of air because you don't know how long these flooded sections are. So
and shout out Laura, man.
She's been around for a minute, but I guess she's seen the value enough and joined that membership program. Make sure to queue up in the Discord, Laura. Want to see you in there.
Actually, well, go ahead and send us an email. We'll go ahead and send you that Discord link. or I mean the Discord invite, and
you can always find it in the community tab as well.
And members, man, like I said, get us to that 50 super chat, and we'll go ahead and, man, we're going to go ahead and give y'all a great ass watch party in the Discord, man. Y'all going to love it.
You can only
after this video, we'll go ahead and actually play the trailer again of the video. We're going to actually show y'all.
Imagine
if we can get to our goal.
How terrifying. And so it's kind of the same thing as going in on a breath hold. You don't know when you're going to run out of air because you don't know how long these flooded sections are. So you can only imagine how terrifying this must have been. But they kept on going and going. And finally, after hours of this, that Christopher and Faisal are going through these terrifying stretches of, hoping they can hold on to that mouthpiece and hoping they got enough air. They get through these flooded sections, hit the next air pocket. After hours of doing that, they reach this air pocket where Faisal starts to kind of lose it. And he starts yelling to Christopher in the total dark to stop, but he didn't have a reason, and Christopher could kind of sense that, Faisal is starting to lose it and we're running out of time here. And Christopher, he can hear the other divers that they had left behind in the beginning screaming out all the way back down the pipe. And so Christopher, he stayed composed and he tried to get Faisal to calm down and come with him. But when it was clear he wasn't going to, he told Faisal that, hey, I'm going to keep going alone then. I'm going to get us help and I'll be back for you. And so Faisal, he was still panicking and he yelled at Christopher not to go any further. But Christopher knew he had to go. And so with the sound of his friends screaming out for him to stop, Christopher again cinched down with his teeth on the mouthpiece, continued to push this air tank above his head, and he inched his way closer and closer to the entrance of this pipe. And after reaching a very long underwater section where he knows he's running out of air, his tank hit the kink in the pipe where it went vertical again, which meant right above him was the exit. The habitat is right up there. And so Christopher was able to kind of turn and swim up this vertical section until he popped up. And it was again another air pocket, except the water level in this vertical section was not close enough to the exit of the pipe to actually pull himself out. It was like Christopher was stuck at the bottom of a well, like there's nothing he can do. But luckily there was a chain that was dangling down in arm's reach. And so Christopher grabbed the chain and just had to wait, having no idea if anybody was coming to get them. But eventually, 2 rescue divers did get into the habitat and they reached down and they pulled Christopher out of the pipe and they saved him. And when they brought him up to the surface, Christopher saw that Perea Fuel had their emergency response team on site. The Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard was there. And it's clear they're getting ready to do some sort of rescue operation. And so Christopher, who's totally traumatized, he's badly hurt, he still ran up to authorities and told them, all 4 of my colleagues are still alive. I heard them banging in the pipes. I know they're in air pockets. You got to go back down. You got to save them. But ultimately, the authorities decided it was not safe to send rescuers down into this pipe. And so when Christopher found out they were not going to try to rescue his friends who are literally banging the pipe, he can hear them, he tried to jump back in the water to do it himself. And they stopped him. And then Christopher was rushed to the hospital where once he was admitted to the intensive care unit, he tried to check himself out to go back to the water to save his friends. But again, Christopher was stopped. For 2 whole days after Christopher was rescued from this pipe, his colleagues, the 4 other divers, remained trapped in the most claustrophobic, horrible situation imaginable, and they continued to bang on the pipe and make noises that could be heard on the surface, but nobody did anything. And so finally, on February 27th, the noises stopped inside of the pipe because all of the men died. They either died of suffocation because they ran out of air in the pipe, or they died from one of their injuries, or they attempted to do one of those long underwater sections of pipe on a breath hold because they didn't have scuba tanks, and they drowned. On February 28th, 3 of the divers' bodies were recovered, and the final body, the 4th diver, was recovered on March 3rd. It's unclear why Christopher and the other divers did not do something to equalize the pressure inside of the habitat and inside of this pipe before undoing the plug, because this vacuum effect, which is known as delta P, is actually easy to anticipate and relatively easy to prevent. But the investigation into exactly what happened and who is to blame is still ongoing. However, the only survivor, Christopher, and many other people who are following this case, they believe the 4 deaths are directly attributable to Perea Fuel, who were primarily responsible for not allowing a rescue operation to happen in those first 2 days, where you could clearly hear the sounds of these divers banging on the pipe. And so to finish this story, I'm going to show you the final footage taken by one of the divers, Kazim, who was the one who got the wrench and brought it back inside the habitat, handed it off, and then that wrench was used to push the lever, which created the vacuum. You'll see in this video that it looks like nothing is going on, and Kazim is just inside of this habitat and all the divers are fine, and then it's like his camera just turns black. What's happening there is he was pulled so quickly into the pipe that it looks like it was a cut of the camera, when in reality, that's just how fast everything inside of that habitat was pulled into the pipe. This video is highly distressing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Yo, going like that? Yeah, I seen it. I seen it as soon as his hand went like boom, gone.
So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's video and you haven't done this already, please encourage the like button to join the official Mr. Ballin Discord server. However, secretly manipulate their account so that no matter how engaged they are on the server, they can't level up. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. We have a podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast that puts out brand new exclusive stories on Monday mornings, and on Thursday mornings, we put out the remastered audio of our best YouTube videos. Again, the podcast is called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it's available exclusively on Amazon Music. Consider donating to our charity. It's called the Mr. Ballin Foundation, and it provides support to victims of violent.
All right. Now let's go ahead and
Mr. Ballin.
Now let's go back to teasing what we want to show you guys in the Discord. Like I said, we got 21 more super chats until we hit our goal, and then we're gonna go ahead and pop over to the Discord and show this to the members, man.
There was a lot of hand movement there, guys. There was a lot of hand movement.
I mean,
but shout out Mr. Ballin.
The man talks like Andrew Tate, basically.
He did his thing.
But I've last seen said, "Don't worry, man. We keeping it going." He said, "Next in Discord." Don't worry about it. Pull that up for you.
That Danny had.
If you think for a minute that you're going to go expose somebody, you're going to get yourself killed.
All right. And all right, man. Now let's get into I guess an old topic here that I want to honestly. The world that we've kind of looked into before. Project Looking Glass, except explained by the Wildfiles this time.
And from the ashes and rubble of their war.
And don't worry, guys. The watch party still stands. And you got Vlad's video? Oh, you do?
Of course.
Oh.
Of course.
Say less.
I'm the GOAT.
Oh, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. But okay, then. Why not? Shout out GOAT producing today, because I ain't going to lie. Been doing stellar producing. But we all have our good days, right, guys?
Chris Rock. Yes.
And Vlad Scene is hitting us with another comedic interlude.
Shout out.
Man.
He is praying that Will Smith wins. Like, please, Lord. Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right? Boombucker. Uh-oh, Richard.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
Oh, yo, I'm weak as hell.
Will Smith just smacked.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was overly exaggerated. Though, like a crucial hit, though. It was a crucial hit.
Oh, Richard.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
Dragon Ball Z hit.
Will Smith just smacked the
They used to like fly in Dragon Ball Z and then get like damn near punched into the mountain.
Dragon Ball Z, Bleach, shit. One Punch Man.
Bro, it was exactly like that. This man's clothes are tattered.
Man.
Everybody talking about kids. Everybody talking about how bad kids is. You know it's bad. But see, you can't say kids bad. I say it for you. These motherfuckers bad. Sassy, talking head, shaking. Talk to the hand, talk to the hand. Don't tell me all this here. See, it ain't the kid, it's us. See, we're some punk ass parents. See, we the punk ass parents today. See, I need to go back to the old school because there ain't no grandmama no more. Ain't that a bitch? See, ain't no grandmama. Remember Big Mama? See, Big Mama gone. See, you're a grandmama now, what you 24? Great grandmama 36. Talking about I ain't babysitting. Shit. You know that, you know you got your ass whooped, so you couldn't even talk with Big Mama talking to grown folks. Remember that? When Big Mama was talking to somebody, you had to shut what they call the fuck up. If Big Mama was talking to somebody, she said, girl, you know, I went to the store, I got 2 tomatoes, some taters, some lettuce. No, you didn't, Big Mama. And like I said, you when I got the motherfucker, she should knock the paws in your motherfucking ass. You know you hurt when you cry and you pause. You ever had a pause? When a mother hit you in your throat, make your teeth click. You bite the back of your tongue, you can't cry.
Bro, describe something we all experienced as a child, especially growing up in Black household. Let's be honest, man. My mother was no stranger to the ride, man. The media.
When you cry like that, man, your soul is up. You hurt. Remember how you used to get whooped in the street? Now people get all in.
If you're watching this, I'm just keeping it above
your business. Don't do that. Don't say that. They got a leash over at the airport. I see one with a leash on the kid. Come here. Come here. You're going too far. I wish I would put a chain on my goddamn kid. Stay there. Don't move. Don't move, motherfucker.
Shout out guest who said Will Smith and Chris Rock need to produce G.I. Jane 2 now. Go full ham with and just rip on her bald ass.
I'm weak.
Just rip on her bald ass. Not for real.
Oh man, that'd be hilarious.
I mean, the woman is Lilith reincarnated at this point.
That'd be hilarious. But you know what's crazy about that is Will still stands by her. He still stands by her though. He's outside. He's outside somewhere. Stay warm, dog. Stay warm.
Here.
You shouldn't do that. Shut the fuck up. See my.
And shout out guest dude, man.
My wife in the.
And shout out guest dude getting us closer to the goal. I think we're now at 19 left until we go ahead and run the watch party.
I was walking around naked eating and everything. She get broke. I know who the fuck did it, you know. Now I got 3 new people in my damn house. I got my sister's children living with me now. I'm about to go crazy like a motherfucker around here, you know. See, my sister on drugs. I ain't ashamed to tell you. Some of your family members fucked up too around here. I ain't ashamed to tell you. But my brother called me, North Carolina. My brother said, Matt, you gotta come home, man. The court gonna separate the kids. I said, no, I can't have that. I can't have that. I said, I'm gonna be there. Now, mind y'all, North Carolina, I know them, but I don't know them. You know what I'm talking about? I know the kids, but I don't know these motherfuckers, 2, 4, and 6. Ooh, shit, come help me babysit these motherfuckers.
I'm weak. And shout out guest dude, $5. He said, I had fun at Matrix for calling her out every time she was on screen. The whole audience that was there was cracking up. It made the movie actually good. I'm weak. I'm so weak. Guest dude. Cutting up, man, at the expense of Jada Pinkett. Man.
This motherfucker won't be a
She did it to herself.
She does everything to herself.
She really did it to herself. It wasn't the red table talk or just how she kind of just went parading herself around as like some free-spirited liberal wife.
The fact that women were trying to defend Jada Pinkett, I mean,
her actions were inexcusable.
Bro, it kind of pissed me off because I'm like, bro, y'all are giving husbands a bad name. Why is every guy that's a husband being treated like kind of honestly being treated like a walking man?
Bro, not even just that, the good husbands. Think about this, Will fucking Smith. If he can't get a good wife, then what does that say about the rest of them?
I mean,
like, god damn.
Hey man, it's a tough climate out here. What
bro,
can I say?
Tough crowd. I
mean, when you celebrated for being an ass or being a low performance woman, then
it's a POS in general.
Oh God, but you're called a pick me for doing the right thing though.
Yeah, god damn, for being a good wife.
So
Yeah,
some
or you're about
around
to
this
make
internalized misogyny for being a good wife.
Yep.
There's gonna be some furniture moving around this motherfucker. I said, y'all, I take the kids. Now I got these 3, some of them, excuse my French. That's what I want to say, These motherfuckers on my goddamn nerve. Y'all got to pray for me. And that 2-year-old, she the motherfucker. She the ring leader. This haven't been here before. She a shepherd for the devil. She worked for the devil. Then the 6-year-old, my sister was really getting high with her because she don't talk, she don't say shit. All she do is look at your ass like this here. I told her ass the other day, I said, let me tell you something. If a fire break out, you better have a whistle or a horn or something. Because you're going to be a burn up motherfucker with me. I ain't got time for no deaf mute. Talk! Holler! No, tell like Lynn. And the 4-year-old here, woo! Yeah. No, I ain't gonna need you on no walk all like this here. Crying all the goddamn time. Quit crying, just a push-up or something. I came in the house the other day, man, at 1:30 in the morning. The 2-year-old gonna send the downstairs for some milk and cookies. I'm going upstairs, he coming down, he gonna walk past me like I'm a visitor. I said, where you going? He said, to get some milk and cookies. He said it so funny, I wanted to hear it again. I said, get some what? He said, some milk and cookies. I told him, I said, man, it's too goddamn late for some damn cookies and milk, man. Take your punk ass upstairs and get some rest. That's how I talk to him. I ain't got time for these badass kids. These kids will kill you. They gonna kill me. I'm gonna kill them. I can see y'all reading Jet and Ebony right now. I can keep talking. It's a shame how Bernie fucked up those damn kids. I can't get no rest. They walk around the house 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Got their finger under my nose, seeing if I'm breathing, all that kind of shit. Then this man gonna sit up there, she gonna go upstairs. The 2-year-old, I heard the 2-year-old say, where the cookies and shit? He gonna tell her, him downstairs. Who the fuck is him? Like I ain't got no name or something. Him downstairs. The 2-year-old said, well, I go get this shit myself. She gonna walk her little bow-legged ass down there. I'm standing in the corner. I watch her get a little step ladder. She gonna go on over the refrigerator. I said, what the fuck you doing? She looked at me, I'm gonna get some milk and cookies. I said, didn't I tell your punk ass boy he couldn't have no goddamn cookies? Are you listening when I tell you? He could have had and I'm telling your short ass, he can't have no goddamn lip jerky. Get your punk ass up there before you get fucked up around here. Or she gonna look at me like I'm short, you know. No, no, Caroline. Everybody in this room know what that look mean. That look mean you want to do something to me. So I backed up. And I told her, bust a move. Bust a move. And I'm out this motherfucker.
My kids got baptized at a black church. Wasn't prepared for that. I prefer white church myself. Black church just takes too long for me. You got to have your day free. You can't make no plans going to a black church. Yep.
Hey, what happened?
Plan on going to a football game, you ain't gonna make it. Hey, you might not make Monday Night Football while you're bullshitting.
I'm weak. Oh God, bro. Only in a black church you sit for 4 fucking hours.
Nah,
4 hours. You're like on a Sunday, bro.
Hey.
Like what? Like what did I sign up for again?
That's not to mention if your service or if your church does food after the service. I mean, just the fellowship. And everybody knows it's standard to fellowship for at least 30 minutes to an hour after the service is done. Go around, greet the rest of the church members, shake hands, catch up.
But it's where our Muslims got them beat though. It's like, bro, they pull up 30-minute prayer, we all leave. Oh God.
Black church is ridiculous, man. Remember the first time I went to black church, I didn't know it would take that long. Like I didn't eat breakfast that morning. I thought I was gonna eat in about an hour. You know? Oh my God, I almost died of malnutrition that day. I was sitting in the church, man. I was like, why is this taking so long? You know, when you go to church with white people, man, we don't say nothing. You know, we shut up and we listen. You know, if somebody tries to talk while our preacher's talking, we tell them, shh, zip it, focus, okay? One more song, we're gone.
Please, I don't have any time for any gossip now.
I'm fucking weak. Shout out guest dude. He said that is so true. You have to plan your whole ass day around black church. He said morning, day, evening, next day, Tuesday, following Friday, next Sunday. Might as well clear your schedule and see what it looks like for next month.
Oh God, could have got field trips, man, motherfucking retreats. Man, bro, Bible study. Oh my Lord, bro. It takes so much time.
Long, bro. You talking to somebody, bro, whose mom was in the choir, so you had to show up extra early.
I'm gonna be real with you.
My mom also took part in like the pantry and like the community stuff, so you had to show up early for that as well. You had a 2 or 3 hour service, and again, like I said, it's standard to fellowship for at least 30 minutes to an hour after the service.
I gave it one good try, and I was like, yeah, can I get my Sundays back? Like respectfully though, respectfully.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. As a kid, it felt like my weekends was only Saturday because Sunday was also a day where it felt like maybe not school, but I was gonna be outside the crib for 4 to 6 hours.
And like the fact that I had to wake up like Saturday, you got to go to bed early because you got to go to church tomorrow. That used to piss me off.
Bro, it literally ruined my weekend.
Yeah, it's like, bro, I have no weekend. Church done took the weekend.
Like, what are you talking about? Friday night was my only night.
Man, I'm looking at mom like, am I not dedicated in school enough?
I'm weak. See somebody in the chat say, seen a dude DoorDash some food in a black service because it was taking so long. Boy, I had that dasher pull up.
You like, man, I'm starving, boy. They been here for 4 hours.
He said, no, you good. Keep going. Bro, my bad. I was hungry.
Like, cook, preacher, cook. It's just like, bro, we've been here like
3 hours at this point,
man.
bro.
I pulled up at 11, man, and it's like 3 something.
Bro, he funny as hell, though. He said, white church, though, they do be like, all right, come down now. We about to get up out of here. The black church, but yeah, preacher, yeah. They be like hacking him on and shit.
Oh, God.
Yes.
For the first time I went to a black church, I didn't know. I didn't know that when black people agree what the service is about, they don't wait. They get up right there that they agree. I know it's okay to yell out. I'm sitting there. I'm the only white guy in the whole church. I'm getting upset with all the black people in the pews around me. You know, I thought they were being disrespectful to the preacher. I know it's okay to yell out. I'm just sitting there. Preach on it. Are you serious? Just going to talk while he's talking? Yeah, that's very disrespectful. Once you zip it and focus, it's 1:30. I'm ready to go home. Talk about it. Are you with him? What? You're allowed to talk? Are you serious? I'm gonna say something. Okay, watch. I'm gonna say something.
You don't interpret.
Woo! I heard it, Virginia. Come on, it's 4:30. Another song.
Bro,
why is she singing?
That's what it was.
man.
It was a song after song after. I'm like, bro,
Yeah,
another
choir got to get in there and do their thing too. They got to
Bro.
do their little razzle dazzle.
I used to sit here and be like, bro, what y'all doing? Boy, y'all about to play the next 2 albums? It's like,
Yes,
bro, what's going on?
yes. Everybody in the choir woke up an hour extra to press
Bro.
their clothes, to do their hair, and to make sure that they was damn near the flyest in the church. You better goddamn be well sure they gonna make sure they get their 5 minutes of fame on that stage.
You know what's ironic? I remember when your aunt took us to church, and bro, I was done. I was done, bro. I was like, by the 5th song, I was in that church. Just,
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you.
and then as soon as the preacher, y'all wake back up, like, fuck, oh, where am I at, bro?
Bro,
I'm in church.
I'll never
All right.
forget the countless hands to the back of the neck, like, pick your ass up, bro.
Or the
As I-
slap on the
Bro.
lap. Oh, I was like, oh, man. I
Bro, who was
used to
the
be
hardest
pissed.
thing to stay awake as a kid?
Rihanna, that's nothing to do with church. It's 6 o'clock. You guys have a step team? Are you serious?
Oh, God.
The First Baptist Steppers, it's 8:30.
Some like interpretive dance too.
A freaking poet. This is a talent show.
Bro.
That's the 4th time she caught the Holy Ghost. She's lying.
Oh.
You can't catch the Holy Ghost 4 times in one day. It's 10:30. Stop passing this plate around. I don't have any more money. It's midnight. It's Monday. I'm late for work. Listen, since you got quite a few black people in the audience tonight,
Hey, no. Every season.
Oh, my God.
Every season.
Bro, it's the astrology season. I'm like, what you mean? Yeah, it's my birthday because my astrology season, so it goes into next month, and they just lit. And I'm just like,
Lit for a whole, like, what, half of the month, like 30 days?
you just look at them, just like, I swear to God. Like, what?
Dudes barely want to celebrate on their actual birthday.
Oh, God. But a girl can be like, it needs to be the whole month. I'm just like, oh, man.
Bro, they might celebrate their half birthday. Like, oh, I'm 31 and a half.
It's no wonder y'all such happy people. Every day's a celebration, I guess.
Find an excuse to throw a banger.
No wonder they're such naturally happy people.
Swear.
and some people live by the astrology sign. Come on. What's your You ask your wife, you coming up here? Hey,
White man did give us Black History Month.
Yes, we did. Oh man,
That was mighty.
Shout out. That was pretty funny though. We're gonna, yeah, man. Shout out. Who's
Project Looking Glass. Last scene.
Yeah. No, that was
Really? Fox Chase? I thought it was last scene. Wait.
Yeah, it was Fox Chase.
Oh wow! Shout out.
Oh no, it was Blasting. It was Blasting again.
See?
All right. Shout out.
I be knowing these things.
But yeah, let's transition back into Project Looking Glass here, guys. Like the video if you haven't already. Double tap the screen or get the 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner. Let's do it.
Cardboard box. The three men exchanged polite greetings and shook hands. One of the Americans dialed a code on the case.
And if you want us to keep that video going, like I said, just super chat in, just let us know you're interested and we'll keep it running. It was a 30-minute video, guys, okay? All right. Appreciate the support.
Popped the locks and opened it. It was full of cash. Stacks of $100 bills. United States legal tender. Very, very nice. The curator removed the lid of what looked like an old unmarked shoebox. Inside, there were 2 ancient Sumerian cylinder seals. The Americans were willing to pay handsomely for these. The curator wasn't even sure why.
All right, guess dude, sure. I guess you want us to keep that mug going? We definitely can.
Damn it, my crack ribs.
Oh God, though, that was too funny.
A cylinder seal is nothing more than a tube made of stone or metal engraved with a design. They were used by everybody in Sumer. It was basically a stamp. You rolled the cylinder over a document or a piece of leather. The engraving on the cylinder imprinted its design, which served as a personal signature on a document or package. It was a way for a Sumerian to guarantee authenticity of a business deal, like signing a contract. Cylinder seals were made of wood, stone, bronze, really whatever the owner could afford. These specific cylinders were made of gold, but the curator was being paid much more than their weight in gold, many times more. The curator offered to show the American archaeologists more seals, hoping for another sale. There are hundreds of them in the museum. He could make a fortune. But the Americans were only...
I think they want it back, Key.
All right, pull the rest.
All right, man. Shout out to Vlastine and Guest Dude. We got to run it back. We're running it back. Like I said, man, if you're showing interest in it, guys, hey, man, the super chat in, that lets us know to keep it going.
Generous of you. That was mighty white of you to give us Black History Month.
28 days more than your black half ought to have. 28 days of every day of that week. You agree with me on that, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Every day of them 28 days, the black man should have his black ashy ass knees down on the ground, praying and thanking the white man for giving me them 28 days. You know what y'all do with it instead? What they do with it instead? It's Black History Month. Let's barbecue and rob. Break yourself. Y'all need to be out there thanking the white man for giving you that. He didn't have to give you. Hell, I think he ought to have a month where he just take everything away he done gave the black man. Don't you?
Wrap this shit up. Let's go. God damn it, let's go.
Oh, man.
Just take it right away from him. What month? It don't matter. Whatever month he chooses. He's going to keep you confused. It might be January. It might be March. Hell, it might be February when you think it's Black History Month. Let's take that month. Yo, your right to vote? Give me your right to vote. You don't need that. You didn't use it right no way.
Barack Obama.
Oh, your president. Yeah, niggas did elect themselves a president. I guess we may as well let y'all have a few years just to see how much y'all can fuck things up. Let's give them a half black man in the office. So I enjoy the white side of him.
You do?
But the nigga side of him is just dumb as a bucket of donkey.
So what side of him is white? He gets that from his mother or his father?
Well, the way that he can speak, I like that. That's from his white mother. And then all the stupid ass laws he's making, that's from his nigga dad.
Pop off and have opinions, present a specific plan.
Absolutely.
Tell me some of the things you cook that they are proud of. Like, Dad made some. You got the best spaghetti. You got the best steak. What do you have?
As a father of 7 with an unlimited food budget, you can make whatever is necessary.
I
With
said
7,
what they like.
Excuse me.
I said, what do they like?
Just because you're a poor interviewer doesn't mean.
I said, you answer the question and just tell me.
Man, you're a strong black woman. Is it okay for me to answer?
Come on.
You keep interrupting the answer. Everyone can hear it. It sounds like you like me a little bit. It's starting to bleed over the airwaves.
It is.
Really?
I want to let
Come
everybody
on.
know that Wanda got some lipstick on right now with enough glitter for the 4th of July.
That's right. Kissable lips.
How many kids you got, Wanda?
I have 3 boys.
Excellent.
Yes, I do.
Aren't boys simple?
Hmm?
Aren't boys simple?
It can be.
That's your ass.
Yeah.
Wanda knows she.
I'm what?
She didn't do as much cooking in the latter years as she did in the beginning.
Whatever. I cook. I do it all.
I didn't say that you
Well,
didn't.
that's all right. I did it in the beginning and the middle and the end.
What's your favorite thing to cook? Your boys, yeah.
They like for me to. I do a really nice broccoli. They like my broccoli. And they love
I
my
do a really nice broccoli.
Lying her
That's
ass
it. I'm
off.
not gonna lie, bro. As somebody who cooks, that's the goofiest shit to say. What do you do to broccoli?
I mean, you could have
Season
said
it?
something based like I do a really great Alfredo, and I'd have been like, oh, okay.
Bro,
I do a really good curry.
that's like
come
saying I
on.
make a really good scrambled egg. I'm not even gonna lie. What do you do to broccoli? Even if you get fresh broccoli from the stock, you cut it, you boil it, you season it.
What you mean after I crack the egg in the bowl, I salt bay that motherfucker? That's gonna be the best egg you ever had. Like, yeah, hit the salt.
And she knows she lying. Kids don't even like fucking broccoli,
bro. I make the best broccoli.
Hey, right now, look up your phone and see what it takes to make broccoli, and tell me does it say heat up water? That's the only step in broccoli.
Simmer.
Water, simmer. Have you ever heard of burned broccoli? Can you burn broccoli? You can't burn it because it's made in a pot of water.
You don't know nothing about.
You know what her second meal they love from it? What I do with corn. I like to dig it out that can and I put it in there. And I get a can of water and I put it on there. And then I get some Zatarain's. They don't expect that. I sprinkle it.
That's like saying, oh man, I make a mean PB&J. You just gotta see how I do it, man. I use the Jiffy peanut butter. I use
the way I spread.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
I'm a great cook. Whatever.
Yes, ma'am. You good at heating stuff up.
You're good at telling us about what's going on in jail.
Yes, ma'am, and getting out to tell you. But I'm going to tell you at an arena named Phillips, and you going to tell me at the Atlanta Comedy Theater.
Right, true.
Tomorrow, be there.
All right.
Red Grant show. I know I'll be there. Don't miss it.
Red Grant, Cat Williams, thank y'all for coming through, man.
And thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming in.
I see why people come to Wanda's show.
Yeah.
Because Frank Ski puts it down.
That's right. Get on out here with your crazy ass.
Is he crazy?
And help me get to the salon. All right, it's the People Station Viewer 3. Your hair is kind of.
That joint was.
My hair is 19 inches long and I have no perm.
You don't.
Oops.
Oh, that's not a perm.
No, it is not. Nice lady.
That's natural.
Come run one of your gnarled fingers.
Here.
While you on air. So they can hear you live.
Come on. Let me come over here.
No. That's not how that works.
Oh, okay. Well, then stay over there.
Don't worry. Ain't nobody putting their hands through yours.
That's right. They don't have to. I don't want them to. Get on out of here. You okay? You okay?
Only one of our hairs moving while we talk.
Oh, I remember that.
Only the legendary Rose, by the way.
I remember that only one of our hair is moving while we talking. I was
legendary Rose. Shout out guest dude though,
Bro.
$2. He said, and there it goes again. My rib.
Bro, I remember when he said that and I seen it. When she was talking, her hair wasn't moving. He was talking, it was flowing. I was like,
Everybody
damn.
knows Cat has like no funny shit. Like
some Indian, obviously.
Long, like I gotta say, it's a long hair.
Like, bro, obviously he got some Indian in him. Like, that's one guy who could say I got some Cherokee in me, and I'm like, yeah, I can see that.
Are you okay?
Red Grant, Atlanta Comedy.
Tell Wanda to take off them headphones and that wig.
And make sure
that wig and that headphones come
take
together.
off them old ass clothes you got on. How about that? Yeah, they're old.
Versace, yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It
She
says
said,
Versace.
I want to apologize to the people at Versace Collection. This is your 2019 summer line that hasn't come out.
But you had to open it up and show us it was Versace. I wanted to.
No, I didn't have to open it up. These people are on radio. They can't see anything.
Yeah, but you opened it up so we could see it.
Yes,
We see
ma'am.
it. Well, happy
whatever
for you.
store is for the Black Lane Bryant.
That's right. Very proud.
Okay, let's
Very
play some
proud.
music real quick if we can.
Yeah.
We going to a break real quick?
Very
All right,
proud.
cool. We go to a break.
Shout outs to Forever 21.
Yeah.
That's correct.
That's right. Shout out.
They don't remember me for wilding out, right? I'm not the right one to Jones though.
Get this inmate out of here.
If you can't get your blood pressure down, you can't call me down.
Whatever, little mama.
If your cholesterol is 600,
Whatever, little mama.
I'm little mama's baby daddy.
No, you little mama.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey,
And what
girl.
are you, girl? You probably shouldn't talk about sizes.
No, that's okay.
You big on the radio.
That's right. And you're big
Turn
in
it
prison.
down.
And you're
Yes,
big in
ma'am.
prison.
I've never been to prison.
You have
19
several
felonies,
times.
no convictions.
Yeah,
Knock it
yeah.
off. Prison and jail aren't the same. No.
Okay,
No.
Calm
No.
down, calm down.
Only one of us has $12 worth of jewelry on. No.
No,
No. That all is available. If you want to have Wanda's jewelry, please go to Sitgo or Quick Trip at any point. If you buy 2 packs of Newport 100s, they will give you everything Wanda has on right now for $7.99, and it comes with a free car wash. Won't you come on down? Absolutely. The show starts at 9. Wanda gets to the stage at 9:17. Please come on down.
Please come get Miss Cat and do her
She's almost out of breath. Be careful now. Even on the radio, you can hear the fact that exercise has crept into her vocabulary.
Hurry up, little mama. We're done.
You already used that one. Don't repeat your jokes first.
Like, ladies, let's discuss.
Look, start with Cat Williams, legendary roaster.
I mean, you know,
legendary roaster.
You want to know what the craziest? I mean, one of the best cat compilations are him doing Wildin' Out.
Oh my god,
bro! Cat Williams on Wildin' Out is vicious.
Bro, he cuts the whole panel,
bro. Oh god, like the man just is ruthless. He's ruthless, like a true comedian, low key, and a roaster.
Look, let's discuss harassment for a second.
I gotta end it out on this one.
Why can't I harass you? Sometimes I can never harass you, never. And I'm not talking about like I'm talking just at the job. It's unfair that I can't harass you at the workplace. Like you looking how you looking, and I can't just a little something. Like you got to be careful just to say, "Hey, you look beautiful today." That's how messed up the game is. I think you should be able to comment on any part of the body that you see. If you, what's your name? What's your name? Jeannie. Now, Jeannie, no disrespect, but if I work with you, I should be able to walk in and go, "Oh, Jeannie, beautiful titty meat you have there." And because I see that, but whatever the scientific term is, I'm looking at Mr. A 4.9 grade point average. What's the science term for the titty meat? What's the actual? And it's not the cleavage. I mean, the cleavage is the space in the middle. I'm talking about the meat, the meat, the titty part.
It's a beautiful titty meat there.
And I'm not being foul, just, whoa. You know what I'm saying? Just so I can go through the rest of the day without pretending
My mind's telling me no.
that I don't see. Which you understand what I'm saying? I mean, let's work out a deal. Don't get me fired. Yo, killing me with this. Having women work with men, right, is like having a grizzly bear work with salmon. Dipped in honey, like so. Now you dip the salmon in the honey, right? Grizzly bears, and the salmon get to walk through comfortable with honey and fish. And good morning, grizzly bears. And the grizzly bears is like, hey. You can't even growl like, what's up, fish? Oh my God, human resources. The grizzly bear just did grizzly bear. So Like I can't even go, hey, good morning, fish, good morning. Oh, I can't touch it. Like, oh, look at that. Oh, let me just get a little bit of that fish, a little bit. Get that honey. Oh my God. Fish and honey, man. That's my favorite. Usually I kill fish and eat them and stuff, but I just wanted to just rub a little bit of that. God damn. That's oppressive. Like you shouldn't even. And there's cameras everywhere. You can't do like weird stuff behind her back. Like,
hey, yo, he was a creep. Yo, you know what's crazy about that?
My God, I remember
he
that
would
dude.
creep on her as she was creeping on Arnold.
Yeah, it would be funny to creep her, and then there's somebody creeping on you.
I swear.
And he's in your ear breathing on her.
Bro, that shit would be crazy.
Oh my God. Shout out that guy.
Terrell, if I go, hey, Terrell, we work together. And I go, Terrell, hey, do me a favor. Let me know when you're getting up to go to the bathroom so I can sniff your chair.
Boy, if you don't get...
Yeah, boy. That's disrespectful because it's sexual, but that keeps me from being... Like, I think there should be a holiday, for lack of a better word, harassment day, but not, that sounds whatever. But I mean, a day where I get to find out, like, because, and this is why it should be harassment day, because women get to be inappropriate sexually all the time. You get to be inappropriate. And when I say inappropriate, I mean, say hello to me too close. Hi.
We need some milk.
Or some weird massage because you think we're friends and you, good morning, a little kiss, and he's just like, oh boy. And you think in your head, man, I wonder if I But harassment day allows you to be able to ask all year. I say the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. And it's a beautiful day. Flowers and everything. You buy flowers. You just real cool. You walk up. You're respectful. You say, hey, how are you? You know, good afternoon, Terrell. Happy harassment day. And you just like say, listen, I was wondering all year if you would suck my dick in a broom closet.
All year. This to be able to ask you things. I mean, it's only fair.
Just be able to ask you today within the legality of our code of conduct within our company policy.
Yeah,
you know, I suck my dick in a broom closet.
You know, so we have this one day. You feel me?
Come on, Carol, please.
Like, come on. It's harassment day.
Come on, we have a team culture here, right?
We
help the next man out, right?
Guys, way to unify us.
Team building.
And you just be like, no, thank you, I'm not. And you be like, thank you, keep the flowers. I just thought I made a mistake. I thought you was a hoe all year. I was confused. I thought you was a hoe, but you're not. Hey, I gotta go, man. Y'all take care of yourself.
Wild.
That was funny.
Wild as hell, man.
All right, though. We're going to head back to Project Looking Glass, guys. You got any more suggestions? Y'all know what to do, man. Go ahead and send them. Well, for the members, y'all know how to do it. The super chat with the Discord, and we got you.
If y'all want to keep the stream going, as Seth said, keep supporting the stream. Super chat in. We'll give you a shout out for support and pull your comment up at the top of the screen. And we'll keep it going, man. Appreciate you guys.
Interested in these 2 cylinders. The curator didn't know how the Americans even knew they existed. They weren't on display in the museum at all. They'd been sitting boxed on a dusty shelf for years. But there was so much cash in that briefcase, the curator wasn't going to ask questions. He was now a rich man. No reason to press his luck. The box and briefcase were closed. The men again shook hands, and the deal was done. An hour later, the archaeologists were settled into their seats on a C-97 Stratofighter. This particular Strato was outfitted for
And we're 14 super chats away from the watch party, guys. 14.
Passenger transport by the recently formed United States Air Force. One of the men pulled a flask from his coat with a sigh. It was going to be a long day. Refuel in London, then over the Atlantic, a quick stop at Andrews in Maryland, and then finally land at Holloman Airfield in New Mexico. He joked with his partner that his flask would also need refueling along the way. The other man opened the dusty shoebox on his lap and stared at the Sumerian cylinder seals, puzzled. They didn't look like anything important. They reminded him of metal toilet paper rolls. The engravings were just the typical ancient stuff. Men holding staffs, people sitting in chairs. There were pictures of animals, maybe oxen, and a bunch of symbols he didn't recognize. He showed the open box to his partner, who had just taken a long belt from his flask. Both men shrugged. They had no idea what they were looking at. Why would they? They weren't archaeologists. Hitler was fascinated with the occult and ancient relics. He believed these relics were powerful and could be used as tools to conquer Europe and beyond. Nazi archaeologists searched for the Ark of the Covenant, the box that held the stone tablets of the Ten Commandments. According to scripture, the Ark was a powerful weapon and could level entire armies. In 1940, Heinrich Himmler personally led a mission to find the Holy Grail. The Grail was the cup used by Christ at the Last Supper. It said that the Grail has the power to provide eternal youth. Hitler was fascinated with the Spear of Destiny. This was used by Roman legionary Gaius Cassius Longinus to pierce the side of Christ at the crucifixion. There are German archaeological sites all over the Middle East. Hundreds of people were searching for these artifacts. Now, as far as we know, none of them were found. But in the late 1930s, ancient Sumerian cylinder seals were discovered that—
the toilet paper rolls with the pictures?
Yeah, a few of these seals were not Sumerian at all. They were much older. They were given as gifts to the Sumerians by their ancestors.
You mean?
Yes.
Anunnaki.
Correct.
Yahtzee.
The Anunnaki arrived on Earth 500,000 years ago, seeking gold to repair their planet's atmosphere. They genetically engineered primitive humans to mine the gold.
I agree. Yes, dude, I agree. Funny, but man, hard hitting. But all right, let's get right back to it, guys.
About 12,000 years ago, there was a global cataclysm. Some kind of event melted the polar ice caps and caused a great flood. This was either an asteroid impact or more likely a major solar event. The flood caused sea levels to rise 400 feet and changed the face of the Earth. Millions of square miles of land were submerged. Cities were destroyed. The entire human race was almost wiped out. You can see this flood myth depicted in every ancient culture. The myth usually ends with a godlike figure emerging from the sea or from the sky to help mankind restart civilization. The Anunnaki gave the Sumerians instructions to escape extinction. These instructions are carved on the cylinder seals. When rolled in the proper sequence, the cylinders outlined a procedure to access naturally occurring wormholes. Now, these are portals, sometimes called stargates, that allow you to move to various points in space instantly. And there are about 50 of them all over the world. And since the cylinders were found to be alien, they were transferred to a group called Majestic 12. Majestic 12 was established in 1947 to take charge of the technical, biological, and all aspects of crashed UFOs. MJ12 soon learned that UFO technology was compatible with the information on the Sumerian cylinders. By combining the ancient Stargate instructions with alien technology, MJ12 was able to build a machine. But the machine was more powerful than anyone could imagine. It was powerful enough to destroy the planet. And in 2012, it did.
Why are we here? Why are we here?
On a warm spring day in 1994, Dan landed at Homey Airport in the middle of the Nevada desert. He had just taken the weirdest flight of his life. There were hardly any passengers on the white Boeing 737 that took off from McCarran Airport in Las Vegas. The few people that were there were seated far apart and instructed to not talk to each other. Despite the strict rules, the pilot was pretty friendly. Over the PA, he thanked them for choosing Janet Airlines and then joked that they really had no choice at all. Then he played Coming to America over and over again.
from Neil Diamond?
Yep.
Everywhere around the world, they're coming to America. Coming to having a right. The human
Microbiologist and accepted an offer to work on a top secret government program called Project Aquarius. Aquarius operated at an underground facility called Papoose Lake. On-base employees called the building S4. S4 was about 12 miles from Area 51. Dan was taken there by Apache helicopter. He was then escorted to the building by a polite but very serious military officer dressed in desert camo. Dan assumed he was an officer. He wore no designation of rank. In fact, his uniform had no designations of any kind. No rank, no branch, no patches, nothing. The man didn't even have a name patch. The officer didn't offer his name, and Dan didn't ask. Security measures at S4 were intense. Armed guards were everywhere. Every door required voice print identification or a retinal scan. Every day he'd have to go through a decontamination procedure, including a change of clothes, shower, and a shave. The floors of S4 were painted with parallel lines, one blue and the other red. Dan was told to stay within the blue lines and to never cross a red line. Guards were ordered to shoot to kill anyone who crossed the red line.
The good stuff is behind the red line, ain't it?
Will you let me paint the picture here?
Sorry. I'm just excited. Go ahead.
S4 had 5 floors, but you had to walk down from level 1 to level 4. The only elevator in the building was on level 4, which was the only way in or out of level 5.
Alrighty.
On level 1, Dan was given his security badge.
And shout out guest dude and Seth. Well, I might as well go ahead and preview what we'll be showing in the Discord. So let's go ahead and preview that real quick. Shout out Seth and guest dude. So let me go ahead and show y'all what y'all go ahead and putting in for. Yes, it is. It is the Octopus. And yeah, we'll go ahead and streaming that in Discord. And shout out Fox Chase. He came in with the yo. And we're like 2 more super chats from there. And we're gonna go ahead and get them. Oh, wait. That's 50. That's 50, guys. That is 50. All right, we're gonna go ahead and set up for you guys right now. And shout out to you guys, man. We appreciate the support here at S.E.T Media. We are gonna go ahead and set that up. Just too many people. And while we're setting that up, make sure to join the membership. It is posted in the community tab, so you can go ahead and get it on the Discord. Once you join it, go ahead and come here, and we'll go ahead and go ahead and email us once you join the membership, and we'll go ahead and send you that invite. Here's one last one for Live at Sunset. Oh man, yeah, we're definitely gonna have to do that one. That is just such a good one. I watched that one with my uncle, and it was such a good one. But all right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and set that one up for you guys. Just give us about a good 10 minutes.
Badge and show in the cafeteria.
So then,
the dining hall had 4 round tables, each assigned to a different project team. He was to eat with the Aquarius team at their table. Meal times were staggered to minimize contact, but he was still reminded to not speak with members of any other project. The long hallway on level 1 passed a number of hangar bays on Dan's left. The hangars were on the other side of the red line.
I knew it.
The first few hangars were empty, but then Dan walked past a hangar that changed his life forever. He saw a disc-shaped object, a flying saucer. Later, Dan would learn this was a P-45 craft. A few more empty hangars and then another flying saucer. This one was a different type, a P-52. The last hangar held a craft shaped like a triangle. It was flat black and hovering a few feet off the ground. Level 3 was offices, conference rooms, and living quarters. Level 4, the Aquarius floor, was Dan's new lab. There, he was finally read into the project. Up until now, he didn't know what he'd be doing. He was just told it was exciting, important, and very top secret. As a microbiologist, he would be analyzing alien biology. Tissue samples, DNA, everything.
Hold on. You skipped level 2.
Right. Level 2 was strange. It was known as Alice's floor.
Alice, from the Brady Bunch?
No.
Oh, from Mel's Diner?
No. From Alice in Wonderland.
Oh.
Project Galileo was on this floor. That dealt with propulsion systems from alien aircraft. Level 4 was also home to Project Sidekick, an alien weapons program. On level 4, Dan saw a small plastic statue hanging above a door. It was a statue of the White Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. The rabbit was wearing a red vest and holding a pocket watch. And if you follow the White Rabbit through that door, just like Alice, you step through the looking glass and into another world. Inside the Project Looking Glass lab was a machine. The exterior of the device was a circular ring about 5 feet tall and 10 feet wide. It's made of a dark gray metal alloy with a smooth finish. This ring forms the outer shell. Inside the circular outer ring is a core made of several spinning rings. Think of the object in the movie Contact. It looked just like that, just on a smaller scale. These spinning rings were lined with powerful electromagnets. These created fluctuating electromagnetic fields around the center chamber. At the heart of the machine was a rotating metal barrel lined with quartz crystals. This central barrel is suspended inside the spinning rings using gyroscopes and a gimbal mechanism. And inside the barrel is a chair for the operator.
Yeah, to do what?
Well, a few things. It really depends on the operator.
Yeah, I don't follow.
Well, over time, as the technology became more understood, the machines could be adjusted to do various things to warp space-time. Looking glass technology was used during the Philadelphia experiment. That project failed, but later the Montauk project was launched. And researchers learned that if a person with certain mental abilities was integrated with the technology, it could be controlled. Operators learned to see any place on Earth. You've heard this called remote viewing. All the operator would have to do is think of a place, and that place could be seen. Now, this was useful for intelligence gathering, but it was extremely helpful in locating more ancient Sumerian cylinders. As more cylinder seals were discovered, they added more capabilities to the machines. MJ-12 knew there were more cylinders out there, but the political climate was making them harder to acquire. Remember, the cylinder seals are Sumerian. Sumer is now Iraq. But the United States still found ways to access the artifacts.
Just 2 hours ago, Allied air forces began an attack on military targets in Iraq and Kuwait. These attacks continue as I speak. Ground forces are not engaged. I'm hopeful that this fighting will not go on for long and that casualties will be held to an absolute minimum. We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order.
Oh, come on, the U.S. started a war to steal old museum stuff.
No, the U.S. military wouldn't be so blatant and obvious.
For 3 days in April 2003, looters rampaged in the storerooms and galleries of Iraq's National Museum.
At this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
Making off with some 15,000 priceless objects.
These are opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign.
Many dated back thousands of years to the great civilizations of Babylon and Mesopotamia.
A few years later, cylinders were found in Libya.
Good morning, and we are interrupting Good Morning America here on the East Coast, your regular program on the West Coast, because we have learned reports from Libya that Muammar Gaddafi, the leader of Libya for more than 40 years, has been killed by rebel forces.
Back on Alice's floor in the S4 building, technology from crashed UFOs was found to be compatible with the Looking Glass devices. Using this advanced technology, the Looking Glass operator could do more than see any place on Earth. The operator could see any time on Earth, the past, present, and the future. And if the operator was really talented, not only could he see the future, he could change it. The CIA has always been interested in psychics and psychic abilities. A psychic who could see anywhere on Earth is the ideal spy. Psychics were also useful for Looking Glass devices. In the 1980s and 90s, psychics were recruited or abducted for this purpose. A chair recovered from an extraterrestrial craft had technology that let the pilot sync his consciousness with the craft. This technology was integrated into the Looking Glass machines. The psychic operator would sit in the chair at the center of the Looking Glass device and activate the machine. The startup sequence charged the electromagnets surrounding the central core that were calibrated in specific ways depending on the mission. Then xenon and argon gas were injected into the rotating barrel. A grayish orb would form in front of the operator within the gas. This was a stable wormhole to the probability dimension.
That sounds made up, but I love it. What the hell are you talking about?
The Looking Glass machine allowed the user to see past, present, and future. Seeing the past is interesting, but seeing the future, that's useful. But not only could you see the future, you could see possibilities of the future. The operator would mentally focus on an action. The operator could then see the probable outcome of this action. Like, what would happen if we invaded this country? Or what would happen if this particular person was assassinated? The output was captured by cameras and relayed to view screens. The researchers could feed questions to the operator and instantly see the results. This was highly useful. What they reported seeing covered an enormous range, from disaster events and weather anomalies to political outcomes and earth changes. Soon, Looking Glass operators learned how to steer events toward a specific goal. There was a problem, though. Different operators would see different things depending on their own biases. Like a Christian looking backwards will see the crucifixion of Christ. Atheists would just see Jerusalem. Looking forward was the same problem. Operators were seeing different future outcomes. Physicists and computer scientists were brought in to develop software to stabilize the process. Computer programs could feed the operator a lot of questions very quickly, and the results would come back fast. It worked, and it was useful. For a few years, thousands of choices were fed to operators, and thousands of possible timelines were seen. But in the late 1990s...
And all right, I think we got that about set up in the Discord.
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect.
Guys, we appreciate the continued support. It was a fire stream tonight. We're going to go ahead and close that out as promised for the members. Guys, it's not too late. We're going to link the membership program. You know, we play the smooth jazz on the way out, give you guys the extra time to queue up over there in the Discord. For those of you who aren't members, we're going to put the link. Please, guys, go ahead and check out the membership program. We got exclusive content. As you see, we're about to go over there, party it up, watch Party American Conspiracy in the Discord with the members. Exclusive membership only videos right here on YouTube. Priority on the call-in shows, guys. You don't want to miss out on this this membership.
So how would you pronounce that?
Bioink.
Oh yeah, so Bioink. Make sure you check that out. Hey, Frankie D, appreciate the support.
Hey, appreciate that.
Oh yeah, make sure you also check out the but make sure you check out the membership so we can let you in on the Discord. We do appreciate the support, guys. And let me make sure I'm get anybody else. I do want to make sure, you know, I grab anybody who, you know, isn't a member, but honestly, it's mostly member supported. So shout out to the members for low-key supporting this.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, guys, we be having all type of stuff going on for the members beyond that. Like we just had an AirPod 4 giveaway. Shout out Reality Check, winner of our members only AirPod 4 giveaway just the other day. So definitely a lot of added value for the members. Make sure to go check that program out. Again, I'm going to put the link right here in the chat.
Did they ever check in?
Haven't checked in yet. Guys, it's going to have another 24 hours to claim that prize, and we'll re-announce another winner just for the rest of the members that were wondering.
Gotcha. All right, then. Shout out. And like I said, Frankie and Bionics, make sure to go ahead and grab your membership. Email us. We'll go ahead and get you over into that Discord for the watch party, man.